think we're good. I think we're good. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, we're live.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone, and welcome to this live interview. I am doing these frequently to get more insight from other artists around the world, and today I have the phenomenal, someone I actually consider a modern graphite artist, a modern master, actually. I would say Miles Johnston is one of my favorite pencil artists. So thank you for joining this live stream today.
Thanks for the very flattering introduction. I for some reason can never quite take flattery the right way, but thank you.
I I mean, to be honest,
No, I
well,
appreciate
I learned that I'm older than you, which is still kind of weird for me to learn. But
it.
I look up to a few different pencil artists, and you're one of those specifically that have a tendency to really look at quality in work, and I think your rendering style really complements your pieces and how much I feel there's insights into your own life and the discussions you may have in your inner dialogues or inner monologues, really. And it's just really fun to see not only the concept side be really interesting and great, but then the rendering and like the technical prowess be just as strong.
Mm.
So I've always looked up to you. Well, now that I know you're younger than me, I'm embarrassed. So I need to
Well,
get my
I
act
look
together.
forward to hopefully dispelling some of the sense of mystery when we go over my older work today. We can really look at some of the. I think it's interesting because I never expected to be working as a sort of air quotes fine artist. I think definitely not 10 years ago, and probably yeah starting to come around to it 5 or 6 years ago. And it's kind of interesting how organically I just ended up doing what I'm doing now. And so it's fun to have the
Mm-hmm.
opportunity to look back and kind of show you, because I think when you describe that mixture, it comes from um, not really fully coming from just purely like classical art training world or purely from concept art, but it's kind of a weird mixture of all the different subcultures and like learning spaces that I've been uh, dipped
Yeah.
in my life.
So yeah, I guess as we're getting into this, if anyone's watching, if you're asking any questions for Miles, just put at Vonnart, and I will make sure to type it down, and we'll get your questions at the end. I'm gonna first ask him the 10 questions I ask every artist, and then the Instagram questions, and then your questions, and we'll go from there. So Miles, I guess if you want to give a little short spiel about who you are, and then we'll jump into the questions.
um, who am I?
Who Miles?
Who,
Who are you?
Okay, well, let's start with the facts.
Yeah.
I was born in England, um, and when I was pretty young, my dad took a job out in Southeast Asia, so I lived out there for a few years before moving back. But basically, grew up in England,
Oh.
and then when I was yeah, I don't know, who am I? I don't know how to describe that. Yeah, I guess I work as an artist or kind of an illustrator sometimes. I basically have just tried to keep the model. As a kid, I like to draw, and I've tried to sort of, as close as I could make my life drawing in my room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've just tried to keep that dream alive as long as possible. Um, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I'm really passionate about making art and trying to spread that enthusiasm and the sense of structure and relief to my existential angst, that having something to do with my time has given me. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's weirding me out how I find that a hard question to
I
answer.
mean, I definitely
Who
want to tap into some of this existential angst a bit because I feel like
Yeah,
you have a lot of work that definitely showcases some of that, but I feel like it's just scratching the surface of what might be a much deeper conversation to be had.
yeah. I guess I like to try and use artwork as a means to really think out loud about the kind of ideas that you know I find interesting, or the kind of conversations and things that keep you up at night, things that inspire you, but like really trying to make it an expression of the stuff that I actually care about. Do you know what I mean? That I, however neurotic or whatever it is, it's fun to use art as just a practice for sort of self exploration.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Well, and you did say you wanted to start with the facts, so do you have any fiction? Are there any
Um,
things that are like misconceptions about you?
oh, I don't know. No, I have no idea.
Because
Not that come off the top of my head.
I often get mistaken. People think I'm a female artist
Yeah,
usually.
no, same. I get that a lot. Yeah,
Okay. All right.
yeah,
Well then, let's jump into them because I know I want to see the works that you've collected over the years, and you have this whole spread that I'm very excited to hear, like the backstory behind where you came from. So, getting into the 10 questions, then, can we see some work from 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15?
yeah. So should I screen? Should I share my screen or
Yeah.
something? So I do have, if anyone wants to go and hold on, just I gotta
Oh
figure
yeah.
out
Do you
where
want me to
that
share
button
that
is.
link on? I can
Oh
share
no,
it.
I got it. I got it. Share
All right.
screen. My entire screen. I don't think that. Let me just scan my screen real quick. No, we're good. Um, can you see that? Can you see yourself?
Yeah. Let's get that out of there.
So I did write up something ages ago, where I wanted to do like a whole sort of progress archive because I used to uh, post on a forum called conceptart.org when I was a teenager. So from pretty much mid 2006, 2007 onwards, there's basically everything I posted online between 2007 and 13 was pretty much everything I drew between those ages. So this thread was me just trying to like condense the whole thing. So do you want me to try and, because I was thinking a whole bunch of your questions we could kind of cover by going through this thread, or should we try to do it question by question?
Oh yeah. No. I'm gonna let you take the wheel, just like Jesus. Go ahead and like if you wanna incorporate some of the questions
Yeah,
of like what piece defined your growth or what has a personal
yeah,
connection. Yeah.
exactly. I feel like we'll part. I looked through and a bunch of them are kind of in here, so we can. So I mean, like back in 2007, I was
Year one.
just what year
Year
one,
one.
yeah, very dramatic.
I
I
like
made
that.
this a couple years ago, but I was super into, I guess, like normal teenage stuff. Played a lot of video games and liked to draw, and I went through a lot of hobbies in my teenage years. You know, you would pick something up for a week and then move on from it. And but the one thing that I would sort of continuously come back to was drawing. And this is by no means the start of my drawing practice, but I often think of this as the year where it sort of formally became a practice when I was about 14.
Mhm.
Before that, in hindsight, I did a lot of stuff that was probably helping my drawing skills anyway. Like, I mean, my mom is a good painter, and my granddad was like an architect, and he could always had good sketching abilities. So there was a bit of art in the family, and my mom would do cute things with me and my brother. She would always be coming up with little creative projects for us, and a lot of good memories. But I don't have any of that here. But yeah,
No,
and
no
I
good
used to have a
memories.
friend who lived up the road, and we hung out all the time. And whenever we would like draw shit about video games or weird little violent cartoons we made, we would like pin our own drawings on our bedroom wall to turning like our bedrooms into a little art gallery. And it was kind of like a low key competition that every time we came around, it was like, I've got a few new additions to the gallery if you'd like to take a look. And but we would sit around and I would just copy. I used to love just like copying bad 3D renders out of like Xbox magazines and stuff. And I do think in a weird way, all of that contributed to like the beginnings of just getting an eye in for copying. So it was like there was no sense
Yeah.
of, I didn't really understand that you could get better by practicing, or that, I think I was still in that illusion that basically people had always told me I was good at drawing, and I didn't feel like it had taken any particular effort. So I just figured there was a spectrum where like, I'm this good, and every now and then someone's as good as like what you see in a museum. It's just kind of random. And 2007 was when, so I was playing a lot of Unreal Tournament. I remember being super into the, really detailed armors and stuff, and was
hmm
trying to draw my own. And I looked up the name of an artist. I think he used to go by the name Hawk Prey. It's Justin something. Um, And I went on his website, and he had a section called concept art, and that was where all the nice armor designs were. And I was like, so it's concept art I like. And I think I Googled that and found the forum conceptart.org, which was very active back in the mid 2000s and had a lot of amazing people on there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my first real exposure to like, oh, there's people who like, there's adults who draw like the kind of stuff that I think is cool for a living.
Yeah.
And I was just like, literally mind blown. I think for the first year I kind of lurked, kind of made a sketchbook thread, but didn't take it very seriously. And like a 13-year-old on a forum, I think I more wanted people to just call my stuff good than to get better. But after about a year of like really reading it and kind of soaking up the community values around practice and how to consciously try and improve, I sort of, yeah, that's like 2007 is when I really started to like draw. So at the time you have, look at this self-portrait. I still have a hazy memory of, sitting in front of, those are copied out of a cycling magazine. I'm still at the age where you sign with your age, got to let people know I'm 14, by the way. And yes, I think
I mean, I would say pretty spot on.
Read into the emotions in that expression. I just couldn't draw well. I've had many people be like, "Oh, it's intense. Were you feeling? Have you always been in pain?" I was like, "No, just couldn't draw very well."
Have you always been in pain? I feel like there are a lot of questions even within that. So, like, what type of games were you playing at a 14-year-old Miles?
Oh man, like the big one for a while was Half-Life 2. Like I was so into like trying to mod Half-Life 2 and trying to like hack the console and doing weird little serial killer rituals where I would, turn the AI off and line up 100 inanimate NPCs, freeze the physics, and then walk down the line, shooting them in the head from opposite directions so that when I unfreeze the physics, they kind of filtered to the left and right, like some sort of ballet of violence that the little teenage me, for some reason, felt the need to enact in Half-Life 2. But these are all real memories. So I'll flick around here, but so this, yeah, if we're answering your question, this is not quite 15 years, but it's getting close now. So like 13 years ago.
Yeah.
And so this is like the beginning of the first year. 300 had just come out. So I'm drawing my my Spartans. But even then, there was the flickering of trying to study some anatomy. Though you'll notice, I remember copying these, and I was thinking, am I supposed to remember all these things go? Yeah. I was kind of cheating and just trying to render out the muscles.
I feel like that's every artist just starting out with anatomy.
Yeah, it's sort of like I got mixed feelings about it. I think it's generally a good idea. But in some sense, it's a lot easier. Like I'm studying anatomy now still. I'm taking the Proco course. And having actually like recognizing that learning to draw and knowledge of anatomy are two related but different skills. Like having a background of knowing how to draw in sort of basic fundamentals first makes learning anatomy much easier if you can recognize and copy shapes and form and whatever. But I think anything that gets you drawing in the beginning is good. Agreed. So we got this killer digital painting, of course. I remember I used to try and color my line arts, and yeah, look at this design. This is why I never became a concept artist. He's got a pipe from his shirt sleeve to his sword. What travels in that pipe? I guess it was meant to be like hydraulics or something, but we'll never know. A little bit of life drawing, helpful to know that came in. I would sketch my family all the time and bother them. But I don't know what happened, but like a switch clicked and I became obsessed. Like I was like, I have to do something every day after school. I have to like a few times a week upload my art to my thread. And so this is like 6 months in. And I guess maybe you got that like malleable child brain or something. But I feel like things really jumped forward a lot in the first year for me. But it was like, this is still... Ooh, that's a moody self-portrait.
I like that all your self-portraits are so intense.
Overly horny armor designs of a 15-year-old idiot.
Year 2.
We got the skulls. We got the girls with miniguns. So lots of anatomy. Finally bought a moleskin, so I was officially a pro with that yellow paper. I'm still waiting for my sponsorship. So we'll flick around. This is like early 2009, so coming up to 2 years.
Year
3 years
three.
in, pencil clicked quite like I just always loved rendering in pencil, and I feel like that improved a lot before my digital art. Like this piece was probably one that was a big step for me. So I think I was like 16 or something. Again,
Wow,
I
16.
apologize for the absurd armor design. Um, I was not. You're not legally sane at that age, but and to be fair, like half the concept art I was looking at probably told me this was legitimate.
Yeah.
But I think there's some nice things about this one, and I remember being really stoked because Imagine FX like featured it as a run up in a competition or something, and that really like got me psyched. And then I refound these earlier. These were my high school art projects. I was doing these absolutely. I would take pictures of my friends, and then this was very inspired by like Phil Hale and his gas masks and horrifying veins and stuff. So this is on my brother.
Oh, that was wait, was
You
that your
know,
brother in the gas mask or in the life study?
no, this is my friend. This is my friend Hugh. Shout out Hugh Terry. I think it's Hugh. It might be Sam. I don't know. It's one of them.
Oh, and that's your brother.
That's my brother. Yeah.
And then
And
is
then
it true that he then became a musician?
yeah, he makes like cool atmospheric black metal, as you can tell from this portrait I captured of him. So this was more high school art stuff, but I know it looks a lot better than the other stuff, but I think copying so closely from a photo and editing like a thing or two is much easier than I think it's stuff like I used to do this stuff basically entirely from imagination because I thought that was what you were meant to do, and so
Yeah.
it's funny looking back like the pencil stuff from reference was kind of cool, but I'm glad I had this delusion. I had to work more from imagination because I think in the long run it was helpful to try and learn those skills for a while. So this is more like just my time during high school and getting cool design, Miles. But still, at this point in my life, I think I believed that like being a Magic the Gathering illustrator was like my dream because that
Yeah.
was kind of always seen as a benchmark of success, I suppose. Somehow, it felt like when an artist was getting really legit on the forums, they would almost, without fail, be hired by like Wizards of the Coast. So
Yep.
I think I felt like when I finally got that email, it was like you were handed your American Express black card, offered the platinum suite, and it was just like you're done, game over, smooth sailing.
You're an official artist at this point.
Yeah. So
Mm,
I know we've only looked at like a few images, but in my folders there's like hundreds, if not thousands, between 13 and this is coming up 17, 18. And I'd already sunk. I mean, by this point, it was like a huge part of how I sort of defined my identity as a person. Was that I would skip hanging with friends to draw. I was just all in for some reason,
yeah.
and I don't really know why. I think I think it gave me a huge amount of comfort to have a thing I could control my effort towards, you know what I mean? And have this one project that, throughout all the weirdness of teenage life, it's like, well, I got drawing to come back to. And
Yep.
this was applying to study at the Atelier. We had to do like a self portrait and a still life and stuff like that, which I didn't even bother finishing. Very high commitment level there.
Couldn't be bothered.
So
Year
this is
five.
like 2011-ish, so we're getting like 10 years old now. So I would say 10 years ago for me, significant works would be my life studies at the atelier. So these were the flat copies. But this was the first time in my life I got to go. Like I've been so used to splitting time between art and, finishing high school and I basically did all the exams up to the point where I could go to uni. That was always kind of the deal with my parents, was we know you love spending all this time on the art, and
Mm.
if it's really what you want to do with your life, you should do it. But we want you to keep your options open until, just see if you want to go to university. But by the time that came around and I wanted to go study at an atelier, I put such a significant amount of time in that I always kind of try. It's difficult with parents because I'm very fortunate that mine was supportive. But the best shot you can have is not to try to persuade them with words that you're serious about it, but to just live it and try to show them. I don't. I have friends who did that too, and their parent it didn't work. So I'm not claiming it always will. But I think a part of what they always said is that I wasn't just telling them it was my dream to go and do art, but it was, it was how I spent my time, and so they were willing to help me
Yeah.
go study at this atelier. And this really felt like a significant moment in my life because this was now 10, 12 hours a day I could just draw. And I don't think I've ever kept the same schedule that I did at this point. I just don't have the energy 10 years on.
Yeah.
I even notice a difference, now compared to then. I mean, I truly worked I was proud of being pretty no life for art. I had got out of a relationship to leave the country, which was making me all emo, and it was just like, okay, well, I'm just all in on this drawing and painting thing. And so I was doing a lot of life studies, and then I think these like cast drawings were probably what I would pick as significant works from 10 years ago.
Yeah, these are
Specifically, this one
excellent.
was a lot of fun.
Oh, so
So
well
this
rendered.
and this is what I sort of teach now part time. I teach at the school I studied at, and I love atelier style training. I don't know much about other art schools, but it's the only one for the most part I can recommend like wholeheartedly as being like, I love that it's all practical training at most schools. So like you go there and there's basically no coursework or very little. You spend 90% of the time drawing from life. And that was all I wanted out of an art school, was one
Yeah.
where I could really be guided and given structure to like do some deep practice. And so these were a lot of fun. I look at these and I can like hear the audiobooks I was listening to at the time.
I
But in
mean,
the
do you,
background, I think this part of my life represents the first inkling of moving away from concept art and illustration. Though that took 5 years really to fully come around to and commit to. Because at this point, we're taking school trips and we're seeing like, we went to Prague one time because one of the students' dad worked at the embassy, so they could get us like free accommodation, and we were pretty broke, and um, let us do a cool trip on the cheap. And we went to see like the Slav Epic by Alphonse Mucha. I don't know if you've heard of it, but seeing it in person
yeah.
was like, I mean, truly life changing, because I think what I was slowly realizing was that in concept art and illustration, your passion had to be for um, the final product that your art was in service of. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, you're always making something to be part of a team working towards a larger project, which is amazing in its own right, because if you work with a team, you can do something arguably much bigger than you can do alone. But I was more and more convinced, like, I just want to make art that is the end in and of itself. Like, I want to make the drawing that is meant to be a drawing, and
Mm-hmm.
my design skills are terrible. You saw like all the I never really practiced that, and it's not really a side of my art that I really, I don't, I barely draw clothing. Like, I, I'm not a designer, and I was sort of had gone really far in on some skills, and then not on others that were making me. And I mean, I guess like, if I'd wanted to, it would have just been another thing to study, but I
Yeah.
started to feel more and more that I wanted to do like fine art. So I think there's a piece coming up Yeah, this is like one of those early ones where instead of trying to do something that was illustration, I just went home over one weekend and just wanted to paint something that I thought was cool or for fun. And you can definitely see kind of like echoes of the kind of stuff I would end up doing there.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Um, oh, this use of the lasso tool is disgusting. So lazy.
Year 6.
So here, I mean, at this point, I had the audacity to try and release Gumroads and stuff. Though I still think this one was decent, but I was just doing anything to try and make some money to keep living while I was studying at the atelier. My parents very graciously would help with bills and tuition, but I still needed to like earn money to live and buy food, and so I would do illustration for various like rip-off card games of bigger IPs, and this one was super fun. I had this whole period, and I kind of want to go back to it sometime, of drawing like grotesque
Yeah, I
creatures. We
love
got
the
like the
creatures in this.
catapede. We got this little eyeless guy. I think this is probably when I started watching Studio Ghibli movies.
Oh, really? You didn't watch them until later in life then?
Yeah, for weirdly, it because it was always this dumb meme on conceptart.org that like anime is bad and anime is what people in DeviantArt want to draw, and we're all about serious, realistic art here. So
Oh,
I like only discovered how good some anime is as like an adult, and then I
yeah.
was like, I've been lied to my whole life. Like this is the best.
I mean, do
Studio
you
Ghibli.
do you have any like favorite anime? Not just a movie, just like the TV show.
I actually yeah, I've only really watched like anime movies. I've seen what series have I seen? I've only seen like one, and it's a really weird choice. I've seen Paranoia Agent, which was good
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But
because I
then,
remember I tried to look up some list of like what are the best anime TV shows. So yeah, I would do this kind of stuff on my weekends, and um, ugh, it's okay.
well, and I don't want to sidetrack you at all, but I one of my personal questions to you was, what is your relationship with digital art now? Because I definitely see that you haven't done much in a long time,
Yeah,
really, and I was
well,
just curious about that.
it's yeah, because I spent most of the time I was trying to. There's tons I left out of here, but it was mostly this kind of like, I think, pretty mediocre fantasy imagery that I would make, and I love digital painting, and I mean it's just as hard as traditional art, but the more I did traditional art, I found I just liked not spending so much time staring at a screen and on my workstation and trying to work on the sort of on the everything machine is hard to avoid distraction
Yeah, the everything
sometimes.
machine.
And I would also like I just I mean I am a bit of a romantic about traditional stuff. I like the feeling of working on really tiny things or large things and how the scale changes how it feels, and I
Hmm.
like the limitation of the media. Like I sometimes find that in digital I can get lost in the world of infinite changeability. Oh, we can tweak it. Let's try another filter. Let's go back and change the whole composition. And I found it gave me the sense that I could always fix something later. And when I had to go and do like a life study like this one, um, you there's only some like you cannot the limitations of a media, the fact that if you erase it too many times, you cannot make the paper the right value anymore, or you can ruin the paper if you go back and forth too many times. So you have to be more rigorous with your measurement, and those kind of skills, and having to learn to think ahead and plan and thumbnail and actually think before I started a piece helped make me get a lot better at doing that kind of thing. And I guess I just prefer the feeling. Like I use digital in my workflow sometimes for if I have a sketch and I want to try different lighting on it, I'll take a
Oh
picture
yeah.
on the iPad and use Procreate to like experiment with different light sources. Or um, I really like working in I like Procreate more than I liked Photoshop. Um, but I mean, digital's amazing. There's so much. I mean, just like in terms of playing with color, there's so much you can do, and I totally get it. but I think now that I've sort of got into a flow where I sell originals sometimes, and I really love working with traditional media. I just kind of I feel like when I make a piece, um, it's nice for it to be able to go towards the next gallery show, and yeah, I just like it. I like not having to be on a screen so much personally.
Yeah.
But I just, yeah, nothing but respect for it. And like I said, I spent most of the first half of my drawing career doing it. So this would be the piece from 10-ish years ago. I think this is 7 years
Oh
ago
yeah.
that is like the one you said that like pivotally started moving in the direction of what I do now. So this was 2013, so like 7 years ago. And it was, or is it 2012? It's one of them. It's around there. I mean, this just came from coming home one night after drawing in the model room, and I remembered like a gesture from that day that I thought was beautiful and made it a bit floatier, and then wanted to do this big stretched out face, and then for some reason thought, oh, a circle would look good behind her. I'll draw a circle there, and I was like, but what if the circle was melting? And it was just like playful, and I think it lacks the kind of like direction and conceptual clarity I like to try and aim for now, but I think. I had so much fun doing this one. And
Mhm.
at the time, all the sort of work, the stuff that I thought was the work building towards my job, the illustration stuff, I would spend months on it. And then in the end, if I showed it to like people who were outside of that bubble, it was just like, oh, it's an elf. But I'm not trying to knock fantasy art because fantasy art is incredible when it's done with like passion. But I wasn't in that world anymore, and my work that was in that genre, I think, always looked so um, is so lacking in any kind of anything to interest someone. I was trying to draw good, but I didn't really understand the idea about like for most people who see your work, they don't care that it's a drawing. You can't rely on that to wow them. The whole point is like, what is it a drawing of? What does it say? What does it make someone feel? And I feel like
Ah.
when I started, just like this piece came out of nowhere for me. And compared to all the other stuff I was doing, I got such a sort of positive response from my little circle online. And I had more fun doing it. And I just started thinking, I need to do more of my own personal work. And I didn't really think it could be a job in the short term, but I was like hoping, like I was looking at artists like James Jean and how he spent 10 years as an illustrator and then slowly transitioned into the gallery world. So for some reason I thought, oh, that's what I have to do. I have to be an illustrator for 10 years, and then when I've earned my stripes doing that, I get to go to the gallery world. And I think which yeah, and before I realized like that was his life. I don't it doesn't work like that, but
Yeah.
it was just, that was a real turning point, and truly it sort of came from organically just creating space to draw for fun again.
Mhm.
And yeah, that's when my sketchbook thread ended. So plus 4 or 5 more years, and then it's, I suppose, like the stuff, these are from a couple years ago, but this is still in my kind of work that I show now. These two pieces were really big turning points for me as well. From 3 years ago. I would say these two, especially like, yeah,
Yeah, so
they felt
strong.
like a big step up.
Actually, wait, could you go to the girl with the water that's pouring out of her half face? You probably don't
Yes.
even know this, but
Yeah, no.
one of my favorite things about this is the duck in the foreground facing the camera with the three eyes.
Yeah.
I find that so wonderful. I remember when I first saw this image, I literally laughed looking at my phone because I thought it was so absurd and cute at the same time.
I gotta go and do more of that. That was just me doing a little throwback to how I used to put these weird little impish creatures and everything. Because
I
I,
loved
I
it.
sometimes realize that, I mean, I want my work to keep evolving with me, and there's something about the work from like 5, 6, 10 years ago where it's not as polished, but there's sometimes this kind of chaotic energy to it that's kind of
Mm-hmm.
fun, and this weird playfulness that I'd kind of like to try and incorporate again, because I sometimes feel like I love making stuff that's emotionally heavy, but it feels a bit parasitic to be trying to like mine yourself for the heaviest thing you could make, or oh, let's get extra, like that stuff has to come organically. And I think sometimes I don't want to become too one note for people. Like, oh look, Miles is doing another emo piece, but you just got to do what it feels right to do. This one was such a pain in the ass to draw.
I
Like,
I
oh my
can
god,
only imagine.
this was a nightmare. But I love a good nightmare. Like, if I have an idea that I really want to pull off, like I think it's going to be good, and I know it's going to be absolute hell. That's the kind of feeling I want when it's in service of something
Hmm.
that feels good.
Well, and I mean, even with some of the chaotic energy stuff that you're talking about, I feel like it also showcases a bit of your like macabre humor, which was really interesting for me because you have the like very serious subject matters, and then you have like some of this these weird looking creatures that also are very funny proportionally, and it's
Yeah,
just like this weird dichotomy of the two that I really enjoyed seeing. But I
yeah,
mean, I don't. I think what
yeah,
you didn't show in your thing that I think a lot of people may not even know is when you did your ink work, and it kind of really simplified like an idea that kind of showcased some kind of concept. It was very clean, very polished, and I think that stuff is like really dialing in on what is just the concept of what the piece is, and then
yeah,
you have these other pieces that are like chaotically rendered, and I think that you have
yeah.
such a good range, and I want people to know that too.
Well, I think that the ink stuff all came after I made that thread. That's all been since Inktober 2018.
Yeah.
And I sometimes feel like the ink is like symptoms of how Instagram has hijacked my reward system. It's like it's my compromise to sometimes when I'm in the middle of making projects that take months at a time, and you don't want to share just like 10 reposts and 10 work in progress. I felt like I need to explore, and my gallerist was saying the same thing too, just in terms of um, when you sell original work, the value isn't really tied to the time you take. So sometimes when I do the pencil pieces, it's not really possible to sort of charge what I feel they're worth in terms of their equivalent effort to my paintings, but my paintings will sometimes sell for like 5 to 10 times more.
Yeah.
So I started thinking, he was like, if you can get into doing quicker stuff, um, you can sell it for less, but in terms of time put in. And there were a few reasons. And then I just thought, I love ink stuff too. I'd love to be able to do that. And it's become a really fun outlet where the way I think about it now is when I'm in the middle of a really long project and I just need to need to get my mind off of it for a day. I sometimes challenge myself to sit down that morning, come up with a thumbnail, sketch it, ink it, and be done by the end of the day. And then that becomes like a sort of a fun way to spend a day here and there to sort of. I think it's important too because I've always been someone who is more prone to spending 40, 50 hours on one piece than creating a large amount of drawings. And I think in some ways that's held back my um, fluency with like direct sketching sometimes. If I look at someone like
Yeah.
Kim Jong-ji or whatever, like I'm nowhere near that level of being able to sort of, I mean, and not many people are, to draw perfectly out of my head. There's a lot of sketching and refining and thinking about it and coming back the next day. And I was like, I want to get better at just being able to sit down. I felt like I'd lost the confidence to just draw something. Like I had this belief that to end up with something good, it required 10, 20 days, my best effort. And I was like, I want to explore like shorter time scales too. And yeah, I'm really glad because it's become a favorite, one of my favorite mediums to work in, for
And I
sure.
feel like that's good advice for people to hear too, because I know not only myself, but a lot of the friends that I talk to, yeah, it's the same kind of idea where you think you have to invest a lot of time to make a solid, strong piece. But
Yeah,
sometimes if you just simplify it and cut out a lot of the extra fluff, sometimes the
yeah,
concept is so strong on its own that it'll stand
yeah.
strong by itself.
That's long been a sort of something all of my works are more about like density of a concept than about some big sprawling. I'm actually taking a workshop with Karl Dobsky right now. He's an amazing painter
Oh.
teaching like narrative composition, which is like the thing that I never do, multiple figures telling a involved story, the kind of stuff you see in a lot of classical paintings. And I was really thinking like I saw he was offering a workshop in narrative composition, and that has been it's been really mind blowing and humbling. It's so difficult, and so out of my comfort zone. But that is something I'd like to explore. But I'm really a fan of trying to come up with these satisfying little bites where there's something, yeah, where it's all about, like you said, the concepts, and then just like you're trying to find a beautiful way to express that quickly.
I mean,
And
at the same time, I'd
yeah,
love to see you do like a big scene that has like a Muka epic value
yeah.
to it.
The problem is it's really got me thinking because like a lot of the essence of these things is, he's really talking about so narrative composition, telling a story with multiple characters, and it's so many things that I haven't thought about for so long. I pretty much use
Hmm.
myself or my girlfriend as reference for everything for years now. So there's, it's always the similar looking subjects that I'm sort of varying the concept of the piece. Um, and the figures just kind of serve as a visual stand-in for the viewer or whoever's looking. And um, but it's like, I'm like, God, what stories do I want to tell? What do I? It's like it's really given me a sort of it's humbling because I have no idea what it would be or even really how to go about thinking about it. So it's been interesting.
I mean, you could always tap into your 15-year-old self and have a ballet of violence, as you say.
That is what I've done because for the workshop, my thumbnails that I've developed are just a series of just a giant brawl of headless dudes fighting over a single head. So I have this kind of orgy of headless figures like choking each other and pulling each other off and trying to like work on the sort of rhythm of all these figures tying together. And there's just like one head that they're all scrambling to try and get.
Oh my god! So you
So it's
literally
pretty
are doing a
hefty.
ballet of violence.
Exactly. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm working on. I could try and show. You'll see him at some point if I take it anywhere. But
Oh my god, that's great.
but that's still not really a story with different characters. I sort of I was like, well, what am I going to pretend I know about Greek mythology or like Bible stories? I don't. And if I want to make work about that, it's got to come from a place of, I read it, I thought about it, I have something personal to add.
Yeah, like earnesty.
I think a big part of what I've been trying to do with my own artwork is like remove all sense of obligation. Like there's nothing I have to do. I was so sick of working in a way where I felt like this is the kind of stuff that needs to be in your portfolio to get hired by this kind of thing. And I just wanted art to get to this weird place of like, yeah, of like actual self-expression, even if that means being a little bit repetitive or like I kept finding artists I loved, and I was like, if you really think about it, Beksinski only made Beksinski paintings his whole life.
Yeah,
Like sometimes you can look at all these different incredible artists working in different ways, and it used to give me this overwhelming, like I was so insecure about 8 years ago finishing art school and not knowing how to turn it into a job, that it was like one week I would see one person working in film and I was like, oh, I need to be working in film, I need to teach myself to photograph. And then I would see a concept artist, and then I would see another painter, and anytime I saw someone who looked like they had their life in order, I was like, oh, that's what I should be doing. And then at some point I just figured like you know most painters specialize and you recognize their work because of there's a lot of variety, but in some sense it's recognizably one person because some things aren't changing, and that's fine. Like
yeah.
my favorite musicians don't switch between being country musicians and then metal musicians and then they make dance music, and it's what artists normally do. But there are noticeable exceptions, and I think maybe that's what makes someone really memorable is being able to evolve. But it's always within a certain kind of framework. Do you know what I mean?
Well, and if you could lean into that even further, because I know, especially in the States, whenever I go to cons and I talk with younger artists, there's a lot of that sense of obligation. And I think drawing without obligation is kind of a foreign concept, especially for a lot of, I mean, myself included. I would say a lot of the time stateside, we often say we feel we have to draw something, or we have to do this, or we have to
Yeah,
become a concept artist to make money. There's a lot of
yeah,
preconceived ideas of what you have to do. So, I mean, do you
yeah,
have any advice for, what you just said of drawing or creating without obligation?
yeah. Well, it has to always be said with the caveat that, like, sometimes bills have to be paid,
Yeah.
and not included in that album. It's like I've done so many kinds of jobs. I worked for a brief few months in house at like an online poker game company where I was
What?
painting realistic portraits around a poker table,
Oh, that's
and
right.
I
I
had
think
like
you told me
I've
this.
done probably some of the worst album covers of all time. No offense if the guy who commissioned them ever hears this. It was my bad. I mean, like, I've done a lot of like various jobs. Like, I did end up getting the Magic the Gathering card gig, which was one of the
Yeah.
big reasons I ended up realizing I didn't want to do it, because it was the job that was meant to be the dream job. And I was just at my mum's house after art school painting it and bored. I was just bored. I remember just being at home and being like, oh no, it can't be this for another 20 years. Like, I got the job, I was psyched about it.
Yeah.
Um, I started doing it, and then I was just like, realized I don't play Magic the Gathering. I don't know the lore. I don't, like, why did I think this was my dream to do this?
Yep.
Like, I know some of the best. I've been lucky enough to meet some of the best Magic the Gathering artists, and the ones who really kill it. They play the game, they live and breathe it. They get a new card, and they're like, "Oh my god, this character! Oh, I get to do them doing this," and they get excited. And I was doing it totally as just a job. And I remember thinking, well, it's not. Instead of being disillusioned, I just felt like I put this much time and effort into trying to learn these skills, and I don't want to compromise at the last moment. That was the motivation. Like, it takes so long to learn to make art.
Yeah.
There's a huge opportunity cost of the other things you could have done with your life. I remember thinking, we could all be doing other kinds of things in the world, and I just don't feel like I can do this to just compromise at the end. Do you know what I mean? It felt
Oh, yeah.
so. So my advice was like, during all of these different periods, I mean, it sounds overly dramatic, but I always love the metaphor that, if you're in a life situation you're not in, you have to find those moments in the day where it's like, the prisoner behind the poster with the spoon and the chisel.
Uh huh.
It's like you have to find, like, every day. Like, to me, it's time isn't the limited resource. It's much more your sense of energy and concentration that is
Hmm.
so hard to save. And I think social media is making it worse. I think it's draining, to sound like a boomer, but I think it is draining our attention span. And it's like, it's all the little 15 minutes till dinner, or the 2 hours before bed. It's those are the hours that, as the years go by, added up to thousands of hours
Mm-hmm.
that slipped by. And I never want to freak people out, but I was always motivated by a sense of really not wanting to waste the time. Um, so I would try to, when I was working jobs, I would try to go and sit in a cafe late at night. Um, and then I think you have to, like, do all the things you can to make sure you have the most energy and the best mental health you can manage to really keep up a routine over time. So I always got very into, like, I think finding any form of working out or exercise that you enjoy. And it's better to sleep 8 hours than to stay up instead of sleeping to draw. That doesn't help in the long run. But yeah, I would try to just make sure I found the time to draw for fun. And that will not be very pretty or glamorous in the beginning. You know, a lot of that in the beginning was just opening up a moleskin and just drawing some faces. You know, like
Yep.
it took a long time for me to slowly actually discover what it was that I liked drawing. I think a lot of it was trying different things and discovering what I didn't like doing, and then eventually you figure it out what feels right. Um, it's maybe a lot easier even to discover what you don't find interesting than what you do.
Yeah.
And in some sense, the continuous job is rediscover. It's not like I've just found a style and now I can just crank these out forever. You get bored of something if you do it too much. So in some sense, it's just learning a process of how to I try to fill my life with listening to things and reading things that I find interesting and engaging, and uh, trying to find ways to use my attention that leave me more inspired rather than more drained. Like I get a lot of inspiration from just like walking around staring at trees like a psycho, and just like watching how the light falls on half of like my drawings will just be like seeing the way some light falls across some leaves and being like, oh fuck, I need to put that in a drawing, and going home and sketching someone lying under the shade, and then suddenly be like, oh, look at the pattern of the light on the face. What if I removed all the shadow bits?
Yeah.
And then just trying it and then being like, oh my god, that looks so cool. And then the grass could grow in the gaps between, and then I would see the grass in the light some places and not here. And then suddenly, this idea builds from a walk I decided to take instead of lying around doing nothing. Um, but I do a lot of nothing as well. I do a lot of that. I feel like I'm naturally lazy, and I've learned how to not be.
Really? You would
But
consider yourself naturally lazy?
I'm very prone to, and I feel like this past week, yeah, I can be very prone to like not doing too much of anything, but then complaining and getting anxious about it. Like it's the typical cycle where it doesn't make me happy, but it's definitely easier to do nothing. But
Yeah.
I feel like most of the things I do are about weirdly learning the lesson that like, yes, going for this run doesn't sound fun, but I'll feel better afterwards. And it's like so many things in life are like that. You pay the cost up front and then slowly feel a lot better over time, instead of feeling good now and slowly
Hmm.
feeling worse over time. You know.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I my best friend's a personal trainer, and she always says that getting started. She read in this book that getting started is considered the hardest thing to do anything, and she said that
Yeah.
in the book it said the best advice was you count to five and then you just start doing it. Like
Yes.
it
Yeah, I
doesn't
do
give you
that.
time to think.
Yeah.
You have to just do it.
I think that's the one actual use for aggression in the world is it's that kind of energy that pulls you out of, like, I'm not aggressive. I feel no aggression towards other people, but sometimes when I'm running, I feel this sense of like I imagine that every footstep I'm like stomping on the face of the thing inside of me that would let me fall apart into like slime on the couch. Like it's the sense of like I really want to make the most of life, and it's so absurd that I would not. And I don't even mean like, oh, we got to be productive all the time. We got to blah blah blah. I just by make the most, I mean like choosing to be. Sometimes it's a real win for me if I can hang with some friends and put the
Yeah.
phone away and really engage. Like I just mean like connecting with life in a way that is satisfying. And I just want art to be one of those things. I don't mean like we all need to like serve the machine forever. It's not like productivity for its own sake. It's that it does feel really good to be productive on something that you care about making. Like when it's for you, that's very different to, like I forget who said it. I think it was Duncan Trussell saying the concept of work has been ruined by so many people through like exploitative labor. But some of the most satisfying things in my life have been really hard work. But the difference is, like I consented to put myself in that situation, and wanted to test what I was capable of, and
Well, and you probably don't
I kind of
consider
did.
it work in the way that we think about it.
Yeah, not always, but like
Sometimes, there
some of the
the
paintings,
grind.
man, some drawings. like there are moments where you really think like I'm really worked up over like like it is hard sometimes. Like I think it's like a art should be generally joyful, but there's a lot of being able to tolerate discomfort. You must recognize that in your own work. Like sometimes being able to finish a thing is just being able to like take a breath and just be like, it doesn't have to be like I'm on ecstasy the whole time I'm drawing. Like sometimes
Yeah.
you just have to get something done, and um, but yeah, maybe there is a kind of low grade. I find concentration innately interesting. Like I find the feeling of being really
Hmm.
truly focused feels good in an interesting way. Like
Yes.
the feeling of having your undivided attention as I'm trying to like put some piece of a drawing in exactly the right place and like a flow state. I that's
Yep.
one of the things that I enjoyed the most in my life is really connecting with the experience of making art. And it's not exactly pleasurable in a sort of like doing coke on a moon base way, but it's like um
I assume speaking from experience.
no. One day. Yes. The one place it's appropriate to do
Yeah.
cocaine, it's on a moon base. No, I don't know. Probably not a good idea.
No, and I think it's
Oh,
okay for
sorry, you
people
got
to hear that. Sometimes when you do art, there's maybe areas in your piece that will just be considered kind of a grind, but it's helping the overall look or composition of the piece. But if you decide to include like a big jungle and you want to render a bunch of the leaves or the foliage,
yeah.
yeah, that might not always be the most fun, but it's adding to this overall idea that you see in your head, and yeah, sometimes it's a grind.
Yeah. No, realizing that the end result comes before like you have to remove your feeling like it's so limiting to think, oh, but that would take so long or that would be hard. Like if you don't learn to move past that thought, you're never going to get beyond a certain level. Like at some point, you have to realize that like you need to have a vision for where the piece needs to go. You need to come up with a plan for how to get there, and then you need to execute it. And coming up with the plan often for me involves, I when I have a thumbnail, I sit down and I ask myself, well, what do I need to know in order to draw this? Like I've tried to stop doing the thing where I just approach a subject matter and slam my head against the wall until it looks passable. I try to think like, what would I need to study or what would I need to look at to have the understanding to make this a lot more effortless? And I've found that normally when something feels too hard, you don't have the right plan yet. And to get angry at yourself for that is as absurd as like being angry at yourself that you don't speak a language you haven't learned.
Mm-hmm.
It would be like showing up at a Spanish class and you've never spoken Spanish, and then when you can't hold a conversation, you're just like, why am I such a fucking piece of shit? It's like even if you've learned other languages, which is often the same in art, you've learned a bunch of skills, but you don't know another one. And then you're like,
Yeah.
I thought I would be better at drawing. It's like, but I know German. Why can't I speak Italian? It's I often tell myself like I can't expect myself to know how to draw a leopard if I don't know what they look like.
Yep.
Why would I know? And I know that sounds so obvious, but it was such a huge revelation for me around either reference or going away and making studies, gathering paintings that have approached the subject matter, and just often like trying to work smarter instead of harder. Sorry, it's such a cliche.
I
And
haven't
then
heard that before. That's a really good piece of advice.
it is a
Work
good piece of
smarter, not
advice. Sorry, I
harder.
feel, um, but yeah, I don't know. It's very fun making art. It is fun trying to solve these problems, and
Well, and
I
even
do sometimes think like, how is this my life? It's so interesting.
oh, I mean,
Enjoy
it's
it.
it's wonderful if you get to do what you love. And going off of
Yeah,
what you're saying, I had a professor talk to me about exactly this, and he said if you go and do a piece and you don't know how to do it, or if you're not sure on how to complete it well, that's the place you want to be in as an artist, because then that means you're being challenged. And I
yeah,
still hold that really dear to me, because there's this whole a huge complex in my head that if I'm not being challenged, I'm not being an artist. And that's always something I try to battle, and sometimes I succumb to just drawing what I want. And then I've come to realize, no, drawing should be a mix. It's like a balancing act of doing what you love to do and making it a personal expression and what you're comfortable with, but then also exploring things that you haven't done yet and things that are
Yeah,
unknown to you still. So I think that's
yeah,
always been a very hard balancing act for me, because anytime I do something that is totally in my comfort zone, I get a sense that I'm being lazy, or that I'm just clocking in for the day. But then I have to remind myself, no, no, no. Like, if you genuinely enjoy drawing, that doesn't, you don't have to be so harsh on yourself. And I talk to
yeah.
so many of my students about this too, where they're just so harsh on themselves. And it's okay if every now and then you want to do a piece that is comfortable for you and that you can execute well.
Yeah, man, you got to turn the comfort zone into the comfort palace. You know what I mean? Like sometimes that's what you got to do. Like otherwise, I feel like it's better to know something really deeply than to be broad but shallow.
I'm gonna
Because
write
then
that
it's
on
like
my
you put a
whiteboard.
finger in a million different pools that someone else is better at. How could I make a whiteboard?
I'm writing that on. Yeah, it's gonna be placed right next to seeking substance.
No, I mean you're right. I think when I feel like I'm phoning it in, if I ever catch myself going like, I guess people are like this one, then I think that's a bad place to be, and it feels cynical.
Yeah,
And if I'm not even enjoying it and it looks like my comfort zone, then it's lazy. But if every now and then I come up with an idea and I think, I've done stuff like this before, but I'm just so excited about this one, so let's do it. But
yeah,
yeah, I think finding new challenges periodically is definitely very important, like you said, because in I've always been a big believer that one of the best ways to actually get better at art is not to just only produce studies, but you really need to be continuously trying to make work you like so that you have something to apply that studying to. Like I've
yeah,
spent a lot of years in a lot of around lots of different art students and peers, and you would always meet people who had like volumes of sketchbooks of figure drawing and anatomy, but somehow we would never get beyond this certain point because they became basically incredibly competent at making studies.
yes,
Um,
yeah,
but you have to want to have this face look nice, and oh my God, why is it so ugly? But you got to hit your head against the wall and try and come back to it and have those moments where you're suddenly like, that's the thing I always do wrong. And then when you go back to the anatomy textbook, it looks different and you have a new understanding. And I really think it's important to be trying to make work no matter where you are in your skill level. If you have an idea you care about, don't wait until you're good enough to pull it off. Just do it now because you can always go repaint it in 5 years. Like I've redone old works, it's fun. But if you're inspired about something right now and it feels too hard, it's like all the more reason to. I think it's all about learning to break it up into requisite steps. Because what I've found with drawing is it's not like learning a physical skill where there are like individual moments where you have to pull off some incredibly intricate feat of like agility. We're not like doing a backflip or doing like a card trip with crazy sleight of hand. Like over time, there's a lot of subtle muscle movement that builds up in your drawing hand or hands. But really, it's about clear decision making and about applying various forms of knowledge. And using reference can let you sidestep a lot of, like drawing pure from imagination would requires like super 4D chess, big brain skills
yeah,
is really hard for most people outside of a small roster of things that they may be really familiar with. But everyone uses reference. Everyone throughout all time has used reference, and reality is always more creative and interesting. I think you've got to go and shoot your own reference and make studies from like reference might mean going and if you've got a tree in a drawing, just literally walk around near where you live, find a cool looking tree, sketch it for an hour, and then go home. And you don't have a perfect reference, but just use that sketch to inform the decisions you make. That could be a form of reference. And But I found it's really about trying to ask yourself, what would I need to know? How could I figure this out? And that kind of creative problem solving is half the job of being a painter.
Yep.
Because sometimes it's like, I need to figure out what this looks like. No one's going to tell you. You have to learn how to solve those problems, and that could be anything from um, like I could never afford to hire models in the beginning, and now I just don't because for some reason I still have this barrier in my head that it'll be awkward. I mean, I shouldn't do it. I've worked with models at school many times, but for some reason that's just laziness. I need to get around that, and it would help me get a lot more variety of subjects in my work. But um, I know people use like 3D model poses, or
Hmm.
there's many ways to like solve and find information, just as long as you're not tracing them out of people's
Man, I feel
paintings.
like you gave a lot of good golden nuggets of advice there. And I can definitely tell you're a professor on some level. And I almost want to dig into that a bit more because I had an old friend that would make studies all day. That's all he would do in his little sketchbook. And they would just be like muscle anatomy studies, or they would be of metal surface, whatever, but they would
Yeah,
never be applied to any pieces. So I want to know, what's your
yeah.
opinion, because I always tell my own students when I have them is to, if you're wanting to do a practice or a study, apply it to an actual piece and try to grow within that piece the study that you're doing. So
Yeah.
if you really want to learn arm anatomy or hand anatomy, do a piece that has a bunch of arms and hands within them.
Oh, you've just in asking this, you've I've been sat here thinking there was something I was going to say and I forgot, and you brought it all back. I didn't tie it into a big ramble. I mean, 100% that. Yeah, like I mean, you should do separate studies too. It's kind of a yes and, but I've been realizing, and they should vary a lot in
Yeah.
terms of length and time. I've done these atelier studies where it's like 5 weeks working from life on one thing, and it adds up to hundreds of hours. And then I'm trying to get a lot better at sitting down with my sketchbook and a pen and oh, there's a shirt draped over that chair. Just sketch it linearly.
Yes.
Try to study the shapes. Study what it looks like. I'm trying to, I think a wide variety of time limits across your studies is good. But yeah, like recently I wanted to draw some drapery better, so I did that. When I was drawing that weird girl with the fingers, I was suddenly like, oh, I could give her this cool robe. And instead of setting up a drapery reference, I had a bunch of like Rembrandt paintings with cool values on the fabric, and some Frederick Leighton things with amazing fabric. And I was like trying to look at how fabric interacts with form and then apply that to my drawing, inventing new shapes and studying the values of it, how to make it look the right, glossiness for the material I wanted. And that's a big part of how I break up. This is the other thread when we're talking about making really long drawings and sometimes finding it frustrating. I found that drawing is literally only ever annoying when you're trying to be finished, when you want to be done, when you're leaning into the future, being like, when is this going to be over? And I've had these moments before where I'm like, horrific realization for you, but do you know what comes after this drawing?
Yep.
More drawing. You know, like you have to learn to enjoy doing the drawing, or this is not a good life choice. It can't just be about the fanfare of finishing. Finishing stuff feels great. It's cool to show it to people. But for this to be a sort of meaningful part of your life, I think you have to learn to find the experience of it in the moment, the thing that you're
Yes.
aiming for. And that's how I often think of a lot of my um, longer pieces. Is there was the idea generation phase where I'm thumbnailing, trying to envision where it's going. But then the actual process of making them is kind of a lot of little studies tied together. Like in some of my works, it's like maybe one whole morning was just drawing a beach in the background from some old reference I took
Yeah.
a few months ago. And then one day I'm just looking at how to draw foliage and plants. And one day is all about, I sit down for 4 hours and I try to draw some beautiful hands. And at no point, if I'm drawing the hands and realistically there's 100 hours left in this drawing, and in my head I just keep repeating, oh my God, this is never going to be done. When am I going to finish? These hands are taking so long. the whole thing is going to be misery. So I try to think of it as often these things are lots of individual sessions and studies stitched together. And then towards the end of the drawing, there's a kind of meta session of like, okay, now I'm looking at this as a whole finished drawing again. Have I set up the composition in a way, like are the values and edges and all of that, are they making it easy to read? Am I, sometimes I'll actually erase out or smudge whole areas because I realize they're too busy, or I'll
Yeah.
emphasize other bit. You go back to looking at the whole thing again. But it's very similar to lessons learned in meditation, which is, the kind of the feeling of discomfort when drawing, of being bored, of wanting to be finished, is only like that is a thought. It's only possible when you're thinking that continuously. And I found that I kind of get the same experience from running, where you repetitively say like, "Oh, I just want to stop now. This sucks. This feels bad. I want to stop." And you realize that when you get those moments of silence between doing that over and over again, of course, it's not unbearable. Like
Yeah.
you've already borne it by being aware of it in that moment. There's no. I think a lot of the insights from meditation are very relevant. And I only got into meditation in a very light way a couple of years ago, but it made me realize a lot of the skills are adjacent to drawing because it involves managing your attention for very long periods of time. And it's almost like a devotional meditation where there's an object that becomes like people who focus on the breath or staring at a candle, where staring at this object you're creating becomes, you're sitting for hours and hours fixating on this image that you're trying to sort of bring into the world, through your
Yeah.
thoughts and imagination. And there's something very cool about it.
And this is all something that I've learned really hard in the last year about enjoying the process. And it was really cute
Mm.
because I was at a convention and I keep a handful of like little knickknacks on my desk as like serves as little reminders. But one of them is this metal ball, and I was given it at a convention by this girl that works in metal. Her favorite thing to do is work in metal. And I was
Oh,
talking to her
beautiful.
for a while, and at the end of it, she was like, "Hey, do you want this?" And I was like, "I'll
That's so
buy it
cool.
from you." She's like, "No, no, no. I don't want you to buy it because then that means I made it for monetary gain." She was like, "I don't think you under." And I was like, "Well, you can't just give this away. This is really well done." And she said, "You don't understand. I can make 1,000 of those. To me, it's not the end result that I care about. It's the process I enjoy so much of working with metal that the fact that someone could enjoy the result of me working in metal is just a byproduct." And
Yeah.
I keep that on my desk now as a reminder just to enjoy the process and not care about the end product at all.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Yeah. It's like, little reminders I think as artists that we sometimes need to reestablish why we're doing art in the first place. And usually it stems back to being a child and maybe not getting enough attention, and you want to like share your voice in a way that can be understood and heard, and having a visual medium is your way of being understood. And sometimes it becomes, for me, it's very therapeutic. I find a lot of inner peace when I'm drawing, and I feel very much connected not only to the work but then to myself. And I think sometimes when Instagram or social media or monetary gain comes into the mix, that's when art becomes, I think, more of a struggle than when we really tap into the roots of why we did it in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's actually maybe, I don't know if this is universally, I don't know if any advice I give is good advice, to take it all, with a grain of salt through your own, think about it and ask other people. But I've run this by other artists, and I've sometimes given this as advice, where I tell people, and this always ties into a larger conversation about the sort of random luck of the world and privilege and who and where you're from. But I think for as long as possible that you don't have to monetize your art, it's worth considering that that's a better investment in spending that purely making your own stuff. Like if you haven't left home yet, or like the period where I really started being able to make my own work was when I moved away from London, because it was just too, I just did not have the money to be living there. Like I had this weird 6 months where like every month, every day was like getting up and like, okay, well, how can I try and make some money from art this week? Like, could I make a Gumroad? Could I try and find a way to produce and sell a print? Could I, and it was really stressful. And I was always the shitty roommate behind on one of the bills or something. And that was when I got the job painting poker people, which was the first time I ever had a steady income, which felt great, but it was all my time. And I had this kind of crossroads where like I could have, I was a contractor, but they wanted to keep me. And at the time, it was really good money for me. Like I was not used to having, like I was paid like a daily rate, so I didn't have to. I was finishing a lot of work, but it wasn't even tied to like, when you work freelance, you often finish a painting and then you wait 3 months for accounts payable to pay you and all of this kind of stuff. So I suddenly had this thing where I had like a daily rate, and I was like so used to having. I mean, like the small scale illustration has like no respectful labor laws around it. You do not have
Yeah.
any protection. You don't. If you're in America, you're not getting healthcare on it. You're just used to like working for a shitty hourly wage, and artists will do it because someone else out there will undercut you. And this was my first time having a job that paid money. Um, and I loved all the people there, but I was very passionate about making making art. And I remember asking people like, "Oh, what's your personal work like? What do you do?" And people would just look at me and be like, "So naive." Personal work, we get a good salary. I paint the stuff of the game. We hang out and party. Like, I don't really make much. And they were lovely people, and I just didn't. I guess I was a bit of an idealist or a bit naive, but I just felt like, oh, I don't want to end up losing this kind of dream of mine. So I had this opportunity to go for a month to the school I studied at. Used to be in Stockholm, and then they were down in the south of Sweden, where they are now, in a town called Simrishamn, which is like a little fishing town. It's like 6,000 people, kind of near Malmö, which is like the second or third biggest city in Sweden. And so I said, yeah, I'm going to go visit for a month, and maybe I'll take the work when I'm back. And when I came out to the school, I'd forgotten what it was like to be around like only other artists, and I saw the school had moved into a building that had some empty rooms and some space. And after like a few weeks there, I basically went to them and I was just like, I really don't want to go home to London. Like, is there any way I can like, because I'd always done some of the student teaching when I was a student. They would have like the second and third years coach the first years on
Oh.
some of the projects. And I'd always done that and got along with it. And I basically went to the two owners, Hans and Sana, like, you don't have to hire me, but can I do some help and set up a studio in one of the empty rooms and be like an artist in residence or something? Or is there anything we can figure out? And they were like, no, yeah, you can do some work and get a small salary. And the town in the middle of nowhere, like rents me and like, because I came back to visit as a student, so I was hanging out with all the students who are like my age, because I was like 22 at the time. So
Yeah.
two of them became my roommates, and then I became their teacher, which was hilarious. And but yeah, slowly it escalated into me having a job there, and now I'm sort of one of the primary instructors. But I basically had no savings, but didn't have any debt, and had this opportunity where I just felt like, okay, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I can just stop doing all commission work. My salary was pretty small because I was part time, but it would cover the rent and enough to like eat on a very minimal budget. And I was like, I'm 22. I'm just going to enjoy getting to the luxury of having time to do my own stuff again fully. And
Yeah.
this is like 2015. And basically everything that's ended up with this being my job has happened since then, and way quicker than I thought it would. Because I was so used to doing my own stuff with the 2 hours at the end of the day when I was exhausted, and like your prime hours of concentration in the day are really the hardest resource to get back. And so I just felt like I'm just going to spend a while where I would work part time for 2 weeks, and then while the other teachers worked, I would get like 4 or 5 off in between.
Oh.
And I would just have like every month felt I was like, oh, I'm on holiday for a month. I'm just going to make up art. And I had this whole like 5 year, 10 year plan, and then like most of those things happened in about 2 years. I started getting like the gallery contacts as Instagram started growing,
Yeah.
but it looked like it happened quickly. But it happened quickly after 10, 11 years of doing a lot of other stuff, and so it sort of there was a lot of background behind when I started.
Oh, yeah. People recognize that too because you have such quality work that at some point with social media, it just snowballs on its own. So then,
Yeah,
yeah, I can see why you grew really fast, but then people might assume it happened really quick. But I think to a lot of,
yeah,
especially people in the art world that are familiar with it, they know that there's a backlog that you probably haven't shown and that you're showing
yeah.
a lot of the recent works. But
I'm always trying to work on the assumption that nothing will ever be more effective marketing than someone thinking something is cool enough that they actually show it to someone else. Like there's very it's very rare, but periodically I see something that's so cool. I like if I'm in the room with my girlfriend or a friend, I'm like, yo, check this out.
yep,
And I've always thought like my goal is to try to make I've always felt like if one person tells a person and they tell a person, that's an exponential curve you're on. And I don't think on social media there's anything you can do to. There's things you can do like posting in the middle of the night, posting shitty photos. There's things you can do so that people can't see your work that you can do wrong. But there's nothing you can do to compensate for whether or not people connect with it. Do you know what I mean? And that's
oh
very
yeah,
separate from whether you're good at drawing or whether you tried really hard or learned a lot on something. But I felt like 5 years ago, I wanted to get outside of the bubble of just making art for other artists. I wanted to make stuff that just spoke to people as people. And I've always felt like the nicest things people write are when, they say like, I'm not really into art, but this reminded me of my brother or something like that. And that kind of stuff really feels like meaningful to me when I can try to give people a chance to reflect on something in their own life.
yeah,
Um, I always think that that's kind of really the only advice for like, because that is fully how I make. Well, one of your questions was about monetizing your
yes,
following,
yeah,
your art or whatever. And I do feel like I've ended up in the fortunate position where I essentially do the stuff I want to make and have a large enough platform now that selling prints is basically my main income. And it's way better than money I used to make working commission. Because if you're working salary, there's only so much your salary can grow. You have
yep,
to be in a very strange position to be able to get your employer to pay you 100 times what they were paying you last year. But
yep,
if you're selling prints, you can sell 100 times more prints. You can like it scales in a way that your labor doesn't. Do you know what I mean?
you
So
live,
so I've always tried to focus on. I want to find the things that feel like the fairest value exchange for a customer. Like it's finding something that is both fair to you as the artist who's dedicated a lot of time and a lot of hours and a lot of effort to doing this,
yeah,
but it's not doesn't feel extortionate. Like I feel good about selling a signed print. Like collectors really value. There's a pretty established price range for like fine art prints now, which is very fair to the artist. If you can even sell like 100, you can be making. I mean, 100's a lot of money if you're selling like $100 a print. Once
yeah,
you've taken into account taxes and whoever there's a lot of things that mean if you just multiply the amount the print sold for by the size of the edition, that's not what you're taking home. But it's to a point now where I can do a few print releases a year and a gallery show every few years and um, workshops every now and then. But prints have become the bread and butter, and maybe they'll disappear. I mean, it's very uncertain economic times. I don't know, but I feel committed that somehow, whatever's going on, I'll just be
yeah.
all I know how to do is to keep trying to make art, and that's what I'm going to keep trying to do.
When to go off of what you're saying, Moorbacher always says it, where he used to be a magic artist for a number of years too, where he said I could either make $1,000 making one painting, or I could make a painting and sell it 1,000 times. And
Yeah,
I think that's been kind of like for a lot of,
yeah,
especially for American artists, I know being independent used to be like the joke, but now it's become like
yeah,
the dream and like the goal for a lot of us. And
yeah,
I think for the longest time, making between 40 and 100 grand a year was seen as like a successful artist. But I
yeah,
think so many of my friends nowadays, where they're all independent, and it's unfortunately like there's more in like the 10,000 a year, but then you have ones that are almost 1 million a year, and then you
yeah,
realize the range can be so much more exponentially more by doing your own thing. And kind of like what you're saying, prints can be such a
yeah,
bread and butter, and especially you can then do
yeah.
what you want.
I don't feel like I'm doing like if I had a business manager who was seeing the like amount my platform has grown, they would be like, "You are not like I'm not really utilizing it very well. I don't do cons. I don't release that much, but I've just found about like I never want to be busier than I am right now,
Yeah.
and it's more money than I expected to ever make. Like it's not nearly 1 million. Let's just put it that way. But it's a lot more than I was doing when I was working freelance illustration, and it allows me to reinvest in like art materials for making paintings are fucking expensive, and putting on a show is expensive. Like it
Yeah.
costs thousands of dollars to ship things to America from here, and especially giant paintings. And so it's nice to be able to buy the equipment, not stress if I want to eat out, afford rent. And I think, yeah, I've just found a level where I don't need to think about the business side too often, but I also don't lie awake at night stressing about money. And that feels like that's where I want things to be. And if the print sales growing has been like, it's obviously hard not to find that a little exciting, but sometimes it feels like there's two, like, I think it's like different roles I have to play. There's the sensitive child in me who just wants to make art, and then there's the sort of
Yeah.
like greedy monopoly man who wants to like pimp that guy out, and you've got to learn how to make the two of them get
Work
along.
together.
I don't know.
Well,
I do think that a lot of like I think I used to pride myself on not wanting to care about that kind of stuff, but it reached a point where I felt like if you care about protecting your time to make the work that feels meaningful to you, then you've got to learn enough of how to operate as a business so that you can dedicate your time, so that you're not having to sell your time to someone else who's not going to respect it as much or doesn't care what
yeah.
your sort of the things you want to do are. And I think you can find a way to do that like most of the interactions I have with customers are just really positive. Like people seem happy to have supported you in doing something, they get something cool for their house, and like that feels really good to me. You know?
Well, a follow up to this, and selfishly, I'm curious, would you ever make a collection book of your work?
So the most likely scenario is I have a gallerist. I can't go into too much detail, but part of what they want to do is make like a coffee table book, and we're thinking of
Yeah.
the problem is we just can't schedule the show because my the show I'm in right now has been pushed back a year, so that could be 2 years from now maybe. But
I mean, Miles, I mean, obviously,
there'll be
monetary wise, like you would do so well making a book of all your
yeah.
work.
Do you want to know the honest truth is it's just so much work. But I've tried like doing it myself, and it's just like anything that takes weeks away from drawing, and then just looks
It
bad anyway
does.
because I'm not like a book layout guy. So I think the opportunity that's come up recently, I'm really hoping would be the kind of person I could send high res scans to and some writing to, and that's been a big
Hmm.
lesson that I've learned from a business perspective is just hire other professionals.
Yep.
Like I hire an accountant now,
Yep.
especially because I'm living in a country where I'm pretty shaky on the language. Like I speak some Swedish, but reading tax forms in Swedish is not fun.
Oh
And when
God.
it really matters, and the Swedish tax system is complicated because like when you have a company, your company is a legal entity that hires you as an employer, and everything that you paid yourself in salary is taxed at one rate, and then the profits on the company after payroll are taxed at another rate, and then you have to figure out VAT as well.
Yep.
And doing all of this with me, it was just like, or you spend $1,000 and do your bookkeeping and then never think about it the rest of the year. It's like it's a no-brainer. And I think it's the same with like, I think the more I've specialized in making art, the more I've appreciated how ridiculous it is to expect myself to be like, if the goal is to put out a really good product, find someone who's put the equivalent work into their thing and see if you can find a way to collaborate. But that's like one of the benefits of the social media growing is so many opportunities just sort of like find their way to you. Like I used to try and seek out gallery representation and never
Oh
with
yeah.
any luck. And when I had my first show and I went there, I realized why, because I spent 2 days helping them set the show up. And this was like a typical day for them. And the few staff of the gallery are stressing about putting the current show on. They're dealing with sales from the last show. They have a huge amount of inventory. They're managing a million different things. And there's like 5 minutes a day they sit down on the computer. And I would look over their shoulder and see the email inbox. It's like 100 people saying, "Hey, here's my work." And they just
Yeah.
don't have the time to. I think gallery people operate on the assumption that they will somehow hear about you if they need to hear about you. Do you know what I mean? So it's that thing of,
Yeah.
I think you just need to try and have a presence online for a while and then hope for those serendipitous moments where someone shows them your work once and they think, yeah, kind of cool. And then 6 months later, they see it again and they think, oh, I remember that guy. And you have to just rely on these weird little coincidences adding up. And then,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, I don't know how it is for you, but I've definitely learned how to trust hiring people to do what I'm not so good at. So like I despise
yeah.
emails, like I loathe them in every fiber of my being. So I hired
Bills.
someone to do all my emails.
Oh, wow. That's a power move. I don't, I don't have many emails I have to answer that I would be able to.
Seriously?
Well, I just ignore everything. It reached a point where my strategy for DMs and stuff has had to become, I don't even have time to send polite responses, and I feel bad
Oh
about it
yeah.
sometimes, but I can't do it. But every now and then I go in and just kind of I like just randomly giving tons of time to a DM I saw that day
Hmm.
just because I had 5 minutes, and it doesn't really help, but it makes me feel better about myself. I don't know.
Well, I used to schedule out 15 minutes every day that I would answer Instagram, but it became
Yeah.
so much because when you answer something, it that doesn't end the conversation. If anything, that
No,
keeps it going. And
no, and
I'm
it feels even ruder to then ghost them.
yeah. And I have such a heavy guilt that I place on myself because I feel very introverted by nature. So then to feel like I'm ignoring someone, not because it's not because I'm not interested in the conversation, it's because I give energy talking to people. And I only have so much
Yeah.
energy in a day that I'd rather devote to my partner or my friends or my family or
Yeah.
drawing, and it's really
Well, that's
hard
the thing
to
I would
explain
notice.
that.
I used to notice it was would be like me and my girlfriend would be hanging out, and I'd be like responding to Instagram DMs, and it just began to
Yep.
feel. And it would always be like, oh, this person had a really cool question I wanted to answer, and it's right, but in the end, it begins to feel like you're neglecting the people you owe the most to in your life, like around you. And
That's been the hardest balancing act, I think, for me in the past like 5 years, even, is realizing how much energy and effort I'm giving to Instagram specifically versus just enjoying going outside and doing things with friends. And that's why I've been
yeah,
forcing myself to do things that require a lot of maintenance. Like me and my boyfriend have a farm in the backyard now, and that requires like daily maintenance, either watering or tending to the weeds or
oh,
whatever. And I think
that's
that,
so nice.
well, it helps me then reconnect of just being outside because admittedly I don't do
Yeah,
it enough, and I guilt
yeah,
myself into these deep thoughts of, am I going to be 80 looking back at my life regretting that I was in a small cubicle drawing behind a sketchbook all day and not like
yeah.
being outside. And I've kind of
Hold
made
on,
peace with it
my
recently.
headphones are dying. I just need to switch.
Oh yeah,
One's
yeah,
gone
yeah,
out.
yeah.
I need.
I can't hear you yet. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. Oh, I think he got it. He's figuring it out. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, double Tim. I could interview myself. What would I like to ask myself right now? Oh, I guess I can't ask myself questions.
You hear me now?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay. Sorry, poor laptop was confused. Is it horrible audio?
Hold on, I can fix it really quick. This is on
I'm
my.
sorry, everyone. I'm not a professional.
I think. Okay, try talking.
Try talking, trying to talk, trying to words coming
Perfect.
from.
Yeah. I wait. What were we even talking about?
You were telling me about your cute garden and
Oh,
not wanting to look back on your life.
I mean, it's definitely now that I'm 30, and I'm sure you'll hit this if you already haven't. Now that I've realized you're such a youngster, um, you start to realize that your life is kind of passing by, and like my parents are getting older, and
Yeah,
one of them, like my dad's pretty sure he's gonna die soon, and he always lets me know that. And it's like
yeah.
this weird: should I be hanging out with him more, and like should I be
Oh man.
connecting with that side of my life rather than investing so much in my personal gain from doing art. it's
Yeah.
it's been strange, but I finally started to find that balance, and it's been really good. But a
Do you
lot of
live,
it, honestly,
do you live
was
close to your parents, or how far away are you?
4 minutes.
Okay, because I have. Yeah, first of all, I'm really sorry to hear that. Obviously, that's it's interesting. I feel like if I were your dad, I would do the same. I'm sure he's not trying to be morbid. There's something about it that is kind of sweet that someone would feel the trust and honesty to say that. Do you know what I mean? Like it comes from a place of like I like people who can
Yes.
just say how they really feel and like. But I have this feeling my parents are getting a little definitely getting older too, and we live like my dad's like a 12-hour flight away,
Ooh.
and my mom is like 4 or 5 hours, and that's a huge thing because I've ended up in a serious relationship in another country where it looks like I'm going to live here long term, and that's one of those things where you realize that that's one of the prices of the freedom to follow your own path is that I don't have that deep family structure in person. Like I'm very close with my parents, but I sometimes think about like if one of them became seriously ill, I'll look back and it's like there were all those years where there were only so many moments to connect, and I find there's no real easy answer to that because to move would be to put my girlfriend in the same situation, and we'd
Yeah.
rather live here as well. I'd rather live here than in England. And then it's interesting because my dad is in the same situation where he's moved out to the States because his wife, who's American, his new wife is, got a new, yeah, they have new family versus like his parents. And it's just one of the weird things about living in a sort of globally connected world sometimes. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
It's a struggle for sure. Well, and I mean, my dad wasn't honest because I think he wanted to. I think he was forced to because I mean, I don't really tell people this, but he had a pretty bad terminal cancer, and then
Yeah.
we thought he had 2 months to live. And this is like
Oh,
I'm
no,
like,
I feel so bad, but the connection, I can't hear what you're saying, and combined with the subject matter, I don't want to pretend I'm hearing.
oh, I'll
You
try
want
to
to try
speak.
again?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so like when I was mid 25 or like 25 years old, he had cancer in the blood, and we thought it was incurable. And then he called me one day because we didn't even know about this, and he said he might have like 2 months to live. And at that time, I wasn't even out to him personally, and it was this huge. I don't want my dad
Wow.
dying without him actually getting to know who his son was. So I
Yeah.
spent a good amount of time with him in those 2 months, And then there was this drug that came out that was like a miracle for him, and he went into remission. So,
Wow.
but those 2 months were so life changing for me because I didn't do a lot of art during that time, but I found such a
Yeah.
sense of self and like
Yeah.
purpose in a way where I think
Yeah.
I was telling myself that if I do more art, I would feel more fulfilled and I would have purpose, and that's what gave me validation or whatever. And then I
Yeah.
realized, no, it's the my peers and my family and having connections with them. And I think
Yeah.
I did art early in my life to build those connections, build those bridges between me and other people because I was such an awkward, weird little kid. I didn't know how to
Mm.
connect with people, but
Yeah.
doing art and being really good at it was my way of starting that conversation.
Yeah, you get that positive affirmation from someone
Yeah.
else, and it seems like they get you when they see it and that kind of thing.
Or like this kid must be somewhat cool because he's good at drawing. Like that was
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
idea at the time.
Wow, what a crazy experience. It's weird how life will do that, these moments,
Yeah.
because I'm sure in ways that connected you and your dad in a way that if life continues as normal doesn't happen. And it's not like these things are like good things for happening, but that's just the way life is sometimes, is it's the things you would never choose to happen that end up being so
Yeah.
instrumental to what defines your sense of value and meaning. And I mean, but these are all the things that I am trying to, that I want to make artwork about, so that it becomes, I've always wanted it to be integrated with my life instead of, like you said, this side thing or a kind of
Yep.
a substitute for life. So I don't think I've ever had a better work-life balance than these past few years. Like part of being able to make a living off of selling prints is it creates a very different um, sense of time pressure. I sort of can do that, and then I could probably release old either so many artworks from the past few years I haven't done. So I feel very grateful for that opportunity to just kind of slowly. That's not really related. Well, it is, but
Well, and
but
it's that whole
like
battle
I mean,
of
that's such a beautiful and sad story, and I mean, but I think you're onto something really important. And I had this realization recently about the same thing, that I spend way too long. Funnily enough, I was listening to there's a kind of non-dual Buddhist teacher, like non-dual. I forget, some name for it in Sanskrit, but it's a kind of path of Buddhism that is all about recognizing. There's forms of uh, meditation that where the sort of structure of it is very much about, you need to spend years and years in a very deep, concentrated state to try and. People have this idea that there's something to realize very deep within their experience that you have to try very hard to look for. And a lot of non-dual awareness is about realizing that sort of it's not about finding some, like, if there's something fundamental to know about consciousness from the first person perspective, um, it's knowable in any moment. Like, if there's something fundamentally true, it's not
yeah.
just true in some special experience, because then it's just another passing phenomena. It's another thing that will arise and pass away. And the idea is that something fundamentally true is true when you're bored and angry in a supermarket queue, when you fight on Twitter, or, when you're doing some highly, quote, spiritual thing. But it's about recognizing a fundamental quality of awareness. And this guy, in one of his random talks, I love listening to this kind of stuff while I draw. And he was talking about the worst thing people do in relationships is expect someone else to make them happy. Like, it was about
Yep.
taking responsibility for the idea that nothing external can make you happy, but happiness is a quality of basically non-resistance to the present moment. And certain things in life there's certain situations that will naturally get us into this state of happiness
Yeah.
because we fully accept them. But then it's transient, because if we confuse the object for the experience of happiness, we sort of idolize it. So that can be a relationship or money or a job or getting a house, or when you're a kid, it's getting a toy. You become convinced that it's the object or the situation that's going to give you the happiness. And every time you invest something with the power to make you happy, you're sort of equally investing it with the possibility and certainty to eventually disappoint you. And I realized I was like, that
Yeah.
is exactly the times I feel worst about art, is when I have that relationship to it, where I tell myself, oh, this is the thing that makes me who I am. And when I do good drawings, I get to feel happy, right? And inevitably, I'm investing the with that very same expectation, I'm inevitably turning art into something that disappoints me. And I've had this experience of being really lost in a drawing and thinking it's so cool, and then finishing it and just having this moment of like, yeah, but what next? What now? You know, that this drawing is never going to be the one that like makes me happy forever or saves my life or something.
Absolutely.
He talks a lot about, you know, it's much more about, you want to act like this awareness itself, the awareness that is aware. And then, you know, in the anyone listening right now, something is happening. You're aware of something happening. That sort of fundamental fact of awareness that's undeniable to anyone living and listening right now is innately creative and curious and loving. You know, that's kind of like, everyone gets hung up on the sort of Buddhist life is suffering, but the whole end to it is meant to be the recognition that you're already complete in the present moment. Has anyone ever had half an experience, you know? And like,
Uh-huh.
and
Unless
it
if you're
made me
not
realize
present,
that I want to get
you know.
artwork to a place where you're just creating because that's the kind of thing that you are. You're a creative thing. You know, you're innately curious and create. It's playful and done for its own sake. And anytime I invest in artwork, this expectation that I'm doing it for something, it disappoints me. But
Yep.
when I can get to this kind of state where I'm creating because, you know, because that's what I am, what we are, then I feel it's so much more enjoyable. And I've had so many of these learning experiences. Having my first like solo show was a big one of these, where it was finally happening, and I had all the glamour of like, I'm flying out to New York, my girlfriend's parents and my parents are meeting for the first time. It was like a real cinematic life moment. Like, the night was beautiful and amazing, but there was those moments where you come back to the hotel and you're like, still gonna have diarrhea again one day, still gonna die, still gonna suffer. None of this, nothing, none of these. And I think this is one of the hardest things about being goal-minded people, that becomes part of your identity as an artist, is you're always striving and pushing for something, but every goal ends up being a mirage. It's never the thing you thought it was. And a lot of the key moments in my career as an artist have been reaching certain goals, and like I talked about the magic thing, it's like realizing that it was a mirage, and that life goes on. Yeah, and the diarrhea goes on, you know.
Yeah. I love that that must be like
And
the bane of your existence, is getting
I just
diarrhea.
think diarrhea is such a great example of the innate humiliation of the body. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
of and I recognize this sometimes in the kind of messages people write, or like, I've sometimes people write comments that feel so absurdly overhyped around my work. People, I'm sure you get this too, where someone will be like, visionary master, blah blah blah, and I'll just be like, what do people think it's like being me? Someone was like, oh, to step inside your head for 5 minutes. I was like, it's really fucking boring most of the time. Like, it's really ordinary. Like, most of the magic of doing art just comes, like I said, from learning. It's a consistent application of attention, and it's that we've all learned as artists to do, to sort of look at the thing I can do before, but it doesn't make us fundamentally more different or more special than anyone else. And I think a sort of half realization is people sink into a kind of nihilism that, oh, actually everything's pointless. But I think I've always thought of nihilism as a kind of partial awakening. It's like you've become disillusioned with the kind of false goals and expectations that are conditioned into us. And
Yep.
um, but I don't think it's the end of the line. And I'm not saying I've like conquered my nihilism, or I'm like um, I think I proved through my own behavior consistently just how unawakened I am, the things I get angry about and frustrated about. But I very much believe in this idea that the mystery and meaning and sustaining thing in life has to happen now, the thing that keeps you
Yeah.
going and keeps you excited. And I just like doing art because it's this path I have for consistently getting into that place.
I mean, to be honest, Miles, I don't think you have to break away from that because I consider myself a very happy, nihilistic person. And I very much made peace with the idea that there might not be meaning to anything and that maybe nothing is the true state. And, but my friend, I'm always joked about you can't spell optimism without Tim because I like finding joy without there being a sense of purpose. Like I
Yeah,
want a garden not because I want to harvest the crops at the end or because I want to show it off on social
yeah.
media. I'm doing it because I just enjoy doing it with Josh and I realize it's moments that I want to live for, not trying to find the answers for questions that I will never actually know.
No, if you try to think through anything to the end, if you're doing something for something and you keep going, you realize that, all the sort of time making a mockery of all of our stuff is true. Like when you make artwork, we are doing some version of making sandcastles.
Yeah.
But like these are slow motion sandcastles. Like you've encoded information in matter in a hard drive or dust on paper in a certain order or greasy dirt and hairy sticks on a
Yeah.
canvas, and you've found some way to cure that oil to last a few hundred years if someone looks after it with the right humidity, or that the sun will bleach those drawings or they'll rot in the basement of your great grandkids, or the earth will be consumed in a nuclear war, or maybe it'll be Rembrandt and it'll be kept as long as human beings care to keep these things up, but then one day the sun will swallow it. It's like the
Yeah.
meaning can't come from a legacy, or like these are all fun things I think you can care about. But I would say like I just don't identify with the idea of being a nihilist. I sort of feel the kind of meaning I feel in connecting with someone, or trying to um, temporarily pull someone out of suffering, like a friend who's in a bad way and just going on a walk and making them feel better, or like
Yeah.
really weirdly, like things like rock climbing. Just like it's in some sense, any nihilistic thought is just another thought. That's the kind of meditation angle. Like when you sit there, no matter how clever the thought, no matter how well it, and how true it might be, it is
Yeah.
always a thought. And there's something more fundamental. There's the awareness behind that,
Oh.
experiencing the thought. And the more I try to identify not as any of the transient thoughts or perceptions or feelings that come and go, but as being that awareness behind it. I mean, it just trips me out. Like, I don't know when I was born. I don't remember coming into existence. I don't remember, you're caught between these two seeming infinities of all the time before you were born and after you were dead. And I just feel such a strong sense of like, I just want to fucking make artwork about it. Like, it's too weird to not say something about, and I'm not out to like answer any questions. I just gain so much joy from trying to honestly express what it feels like. Like that's what I like growing up. And this was the big thing that took me in the direction of the kind of work that I do. It's like I kept realizing that art had been such a huge part of my life, whether it was mostly music, but movies and books. And when I would go through these phases of sort of feeling that kind of pressure of really thinking about life in any serious way, I didn't want someone else to give me the answers, but if I could just find evidence that other people were as affected by this situation, that felt things as intensely, it was such a like light in the dark. I mean, it was so
Oh
comforting to
yeah.
see like, oh my God, we're all like this. And that's like enough. Like I didn't need an answer. I just needed like you just need like that cool friend who's like, yeah, I know. And then you're good like half the time. And
It's like to feel understood.
yeah.
And one of my favorite artists, Justin Gerard, he says that artwork is like making an island, and then you and another person take a ship from your personal center, meet on that island, and interact for a little while. So you might not
Yeah,
ever be able to visit each other's island, but you can at least make this island of connection.
yeah,
And artwork's a way of doing that.
yeah. I think the same way. It's like if you really step back and ask, like, what are all creative people doing? Whether it's a chef, a dancer, a writer, an artist, a musician, like the real medium is attention, it's awareness, it's another person's present moment, and it's truly goalless. It's kind of like we're exploring the space of awareness together. You could see this, you could hear this, what about combining ideas in this way? It's like the ultimate sandbox game
Yeah.
of you can say anything, what do you want to say? And I'm always trying to approach it from that perspective fundamentally. Like all of these labels, like, oh, I'm a character artist, I'm a portrait artist. Do you work classical? Is it surrealism? Is it neo? Is it pop surreal? Like, I don't care about that. Like, it's this super broad game of let's just explore this space of awareness, which I feel intuitively is infinite. I don't feel there's any limit to the amount of things a mind can experience.
Yeah,
And
I
I
love that.
think it's amazing to step back and watch the engines of culture go through music genres and literary move and just the ways people, it's like different art movements come up with their own version of what art is supposed to be about, but in defining it too tightly you energize its opposite. As culture becomes obsessed with really technical high skill music, then suddenly something with like a more punk lo-fi DIY aesthetic sounds really cool again, because again it's coming in and saying, no, you thought it could only be this, but it can be this too. And you can see that it's truly undefinable. Anyone who's ever tried to come up with the values of what art should be has only empowered the opposite. and
Yep.
and that so I really think from a sort of broad enough perspective, it has to be about um, a kind of purposeless, like pure creativity, pure curiosity about exploring what life and perception can be. And that gives me a lot of comfort too, because I used to think, I know a lot of artists talk down to themselves and say, like, why don't I do something serious? But all the
Yeah.
serious jobs, and all respect, like, like being a doctor, being an engineer, being something at their core, they directly contribute to maybe decreasing suffering or sustaining life for longer or making life more comfortable. But if we live in a world where the only value is to live as long as possible with no essence of why that's even a good thing, you see like soaring rates of anxiety and depression in the world today. And I think it's more important than ever that it's not any one artist's job to solve it, but a culture that doesn't have people who explore the question of like why we should keep existing, which I think anyone who's really thought about it has felt. Like, if someone just tells you you've got to keep on living, it's very easy to think, well, it's just because my body thinks it has to and is programmed to do that. And I think if we don't make space and importance for people who are really serious and interested in like, and it doesn't all have to be super heavy, like Ghibli movies or things that are just straight up joyful or beautiful, or a celebration of something is amazing too. And but I genuinely feel it's existentially important to people to make art. And if it's something you feel a calling for doing, you don't have to feel that way all the time. But I think you've got to find a piece of you that is truly motivated. Like, here's the call to do that, not just because it's like a job that sounds less boring than something else,
Yeah.
because it's not always going to be less boring, especially if you don't really want to do it. Do you know what I mean? So it's like,
Oh,
I
for sure.
think of it as kind of a calling that some people feel.
Well, and I think that's why a lot of people are attracted to your work, and I find that kind of what you're talking about too. I'm always told that I judge people very harshly on authenticity, and that I judge someone based on how authentic or how truthful I feel they are, especially not just online but in person. And I think the reason I've always looked to your work with such high esteem, and not to stroke your ego or anything, but I
Please
feel
continue.
I feel such a sense of yourself within it. It doesn't feel artificial, and uh, maybe because I feel often I do create things that are artificial for like monetary gain or for popularity's sake. And then when I tap back into the no, like what are thoughts that I'm having, and then let's express them on paper. To me, that is like that's an artist. It's not someone that can just draw a pretty picture. It's someone that really puts themselves into the work and then creates a concept that other people can connect with, understand, and then feel heard or feel understood in a way. So I think that's why your work has such a giant following, because your concepts are so relatable on such a human nature level, on like a humanness aspect. And I want to get back into that more, because that's when I find the most joy doing art, not so much doing the just drawing a pretty picture just to draw a pretty picture.
Yeah, but I see a lot of that in your work too. You know, it's like there's so many ways to like human nature is so broad and varied that it I would say almost by definition anything someone is making is some form of expression of humanness. But and I also feel like I have to like put myself on blast here where I think at my best I feel like my best works I feel genuinely I look at them and I feel proud and I think that really expresses something. But there are clear pieces of mine where I look back and I sometimes feel a bit embarrassed, or I feel like there's like a few things I want to try to there's a few things that sometimes hold me up. Like sometimes I wonder if it's like if I limit the ability for more people to connect with my stuff because of the kind of limited, like I don't want to be just one of these artists where it's only pretty young women as well. Like I've been trying to expand into drawing from myself and more men, and men looking vulnerable as well. And I think the thing I find difficult is if I was going to play the game of trying to put in as much diversity into the kind of subjects I do. Um, I know it sounds like such a lame cop out, but I sometimes feel so sensitive to working under, like I said, any kind of expectation or quota. Like a lot of my stuff comes from
Yeah.
it is just me or my God, because it's the people. It's very like more intimate to me that way, and it comes from. I never want to sink into accidental tokenism of other people, whether it was like gender identity or race. I never want to feel like I'm cynically trying to I love the idea of making people feel more seen and connecting more directly with the subject. But I also feel like I'm trying to make work where even if the people don't look like you, the thing you're meant to relate to is the kind of human.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
But it's a whole discussion, and I try to be simultaneously open to honest critique and interesting discussions around these kind of things. But I always feel like it can, yeah. I think people sometimes like it's very hard to make art, and a lot of the time, like I said, a lot of it just comes from essentially all forms of self portraiture of the people closest to me at the same time. So I think it's like something I want to explore, but I think it would be through making relationships with consistent like models or people who pose for me. Like I always like
Yeah.
drawing people that I know as well. Like I think it's fun when you can really connect to a sense of someone's humanity as you're drawing them instead of them as their sort of external appearance. Do you know what I mean?
And I mean, to be honest, Miles, it's I wasn't even talking so much about that as much, because almost everything I've ever drawn is actually just a picture I've taken of myself, like even the women,
Yeah.
because I have such a soft face, anyways. I meant more in like right now I'm making a card deck, and admittedly, when I started, I was really excited about it, but doing the latter half of the cards, it feels very forced, and I feel very artificial in the way that I'm creating them. And it to me, it's not so much about subject matter, it's how much of your own passion and like your good energy gets put into a piece. And when I look at your art, I just feel a lot of your passion in your drawing. I mean, regardless if it's, a similar subject matter, the concept feels so authentic, and that's why I
Yeah.
really like it. And I think finding that is a struggle for a lot of artists, including myself. And then
It
like,
does cut down your productivity a little bit. Like, it's just not possible for me to consistently, like, it's not how long they take to make so much as how it really feels like those ideas, like I have to show up and thumbnail and sketch and be thinking all the time. Like I got my little fishing net out,
yeah,
but you catch a really good one kind of rarely. And it's just it's consistently, I find the hardest part is, and the highest anxiety around making art is about the places between drawings. Like when I have one that I really want to work on, I love the feel. Like I'll be going to bed and I'll be excited to wake up in the morning so I can get up with fresh energy,
yeah,
get stuck into this thing. And it's the times when I'm in between pieces that I get into the repetitive, oh, if I had all my good ideas, where am I going to get one from? I don't want to repeat myself. I don't know what I want to say next. And it's just really difficult. And I basically manage it online by cycling through older works so I can, the Instagram is sort of growing at a rate where there's always people who haven't seen something from a few years ago. Or
yep,
I feel like as well, like if you put hundreds of hours into something, I don't care if I post it even 10 times over a few years, because it's like, I mean, I listen to my favorite songs hundreds of times. Like,
yep.
I just feel like it's weird that visual art has, people put this pressure on themselves of like, yeah, like 100 hours to show it to someone once for a couple seconds seems kind of absurd to me.
Actually, to everyone listening right now, hear that you can repost old work and not feel guilty about that.
Yeah, feel free. I mean, like if you're doing it because you're not working on new stuff and you want that dopamine kick,
That's
then
true. Don't cop out.
sometimes I realize I'm just doing this because I'm trying to vent this unhealthy need for validation.
Yeah,
I'm in the middle of something that's just taking weeks and I don't want to share things, and then sometimes just something I thought about that day reminds me of an older piece, and I sort of go on the feeling of like if I'm feeling a piece at the moment and I like connect and I just feel like sharing it, then I don't think there's anything. Yeah, I think a lot of people are too worried about it, but you also don't want to have like only 5 drawings that you just post over and over again for years,
yeah.
because yeah, and it's distracting you from the work of making new ones, I suppose. But I don't know. Who am I to
Well,
judge?
I
It doesn't
I
matter.
just feel very fortunate at the age that I was where social media became a thing, because then I felt like during my development years I didn't have that added pressure of social media kind of forcing me to cater and condition my work to the platform. And I was able to then create what I wanted without the stigma of will it be liked, will it be shared. And I feel so bad for artists that are like 15 nowadays, where that's become
Yeah.
such a staple of what is an artist in today's day and age, where I
Oh,
want them
dude,
to break
kills
away
me.
from that.
It kills me because when I was online is at that age, um, it was like forums didn't have the it didn't. I've said this before, like where I feel like on social media people feel like they're playing a sort of lottery where if it just kicks off, it'll remove them from their ordinary life, um, and they see people who are 10, 20 years deep into an art career and are
Yep.
confusing the popularity for the goal. I just want to put it out there, and this is not meant to be some kind of like weird flex or anything. This is just genuine. This is just me being honest. But I've truly gone numb to online attention. It doesn't feel
Yeah.
like anything anymore. Your sense of what is normal warps bizarrely to the extent where something getting a million views feels the same as when I used to wake up on my sketchbook thread and one person had left a comment, because it's an empty experience. It is just a number on a screen. If you think about it, if you look on a page that's yours and there's a number and there's a big number there, the
Yeah.
thought, yeah, I earned that big number. It's as insubstantial as a thought, and it'll never not be just a thought. And I found that it leads to an incredibly unhealthy, like all chasing of empty experiences, it leads to a kind of addictive escalation cycle where what used to get you excited is now the new normal.
Yeah.
Disappointed if only a few thousand people have liked something. What did I do wrong? Which and then that leads to kind of self-loathing, because part of you is aware that that's kind of gross.
Yeah.
I've found that, like, it's a very I have such a it's completely has changed my life and how I can make a living. And so I like being on there. It does mean something to me that I can share my work with a lot of people. And I understand that there are people hopefully having like a real experience of seeing my art and getting it. But it also feels like I like kind of have to be half a crackhead, like half a coke addict to do my job. Like it's tied to something that is like very personally corrosive sometimes, like, and will really hijack. I'm sure you
Yes.
have the experience of a drawing that you're really liking, and you post a work in progress shot. It gets kind of a lukewarm response, and then suddenly you don't like the drawing. And when that happens to me, I feel like, oh god, this just makes me never want to be online. That it's hijacked my reward system this
Yep.
much.
Couldn't
So I'm
agree
trying
more.
to do a lot more of post, don't look, maybe just try to talk to a few people because it's fun. And then I just in the evenings try to turn my phone off. And in some sense it's kind of, it is useful sometimes to get the thing you thought you wanted to realize it's not the thing, you know. But um when I was younger, it's like a forum was so much slower paced, and there was never an expectation that your work would really get popular to a mass audience. It was very focused around learning, and about what impressed people was your commitment and dedication,
Yeah.
and like incentivized better values. Um, and I don't know, yeah, it's a hard one to answer, because it's the most powerful communication tool independent artists have ever had access to. And it does get rid of a lot of gatekeepers and allow you direct access to an audience. And I do think any artist who wants to be independent probably benefits from being on social media. But I think it's really important to try to um, I try to focus on having positive experiences on there, like having genuine little conversations with
Yes.
people, posting things that, like, I like posting something a bit vulnerable in a caption, or like trying to start a conversation that I think will be interesting for someone, and trying to focus on things that aren't like how many likes, you know, but are much more about human interaction.
Yeah.
Um,
Cool.
it's difficult. It's
Of course, my mom was trying to call during a interview.
That's okay.
That's
Get her
it's
on, get her in it.
that's such a mom thing to do, always calling at like the worst time. Well, and actually, kind of going off what you're saying right now, I used to be so bothered when I had a drawing I really loved and I posted and it wasn't well received. Thankfully, now that I'm older, I've learned that that's not important at all. And my mom is currently like half paralyzed right now, and I always thought like gaining a certain follower amount on Instagram would give me some sort of validation or satisfaction. And I just hit 300 recently, and I thought that would be like that would feel really good, but it's kind of like what you're saying. It's just another day. It didn't really mean anything. And then this past Sunday, I spent the day with my parents, and I just literally made a puzzle with them. And my mom can barely move, and then my dad is always like feeling like he's gonna die at any day. So the day that I had with them though was so rewarding and fulfilling that it's
Yeah,
really made me recognize like what does matter in life. And I think people that may watch this or listen to this need to realize like art is just one facet of your life that you can cater to and take care of and nourish. But you know, make sure you're also nourishing the other things that are truly important, like your family or friends or people that mean a lot to you. And you'll find equal joys in both. Like if I hit 1 million followers on Instagram, it probably won't be as satisfying as like getting a really good day with my family at like a
yeah.
beach or something.
And I think the kind of in best interactions, especially for like young artists to have online, is to find the other similar people in a in the same kind of career position or a little better than you, that you can connect to on a sort
Oh,
of equal level,
100%.
and
100%.
start a Discord group, start a study group, share your artwork with each other, get psyched when your friends learn something, try to ask them, oh my god, you pulled off the anatomy so good in here, what have you been reading, or how did you get the light like that? Because if you can find like organic connections with people at the same skill level, and you keep each other going for
Yeah.
years. All the beginning jobs I got came from those kinds of relationships where, as we all kept each other going, motivated each other, when one of us would start getting jobs, that was the person who would put your name in with an art director. And when you're trying to reach out and connect to people who are kind of like, by that point, probably have established friend networks and artists they know and stuff, you're never going to be able to really make that connection on a peer-to-peer level.
Yeah.
And they're never going to be able to give you the thing that you think they can. And I think finding a good mentor is really valuable, but nothing ever drove me more than having the people that I really considered my like peer group. And as they were improving, there was this sense of like being able to directly access them and ask what they've been studying, and you can like all grow together, and that becomes much more the kind of online interaction I'd be looking for if I was a starting artist now, would be like trying to start a healthy Discord group that doesn't descend into like just angry memes and just like a lot of bravery to be sincere and vulnerable, to find people who are willing to go out on a limb and say they care about things and risk being made fun of, because it's like irony can always dismiss sincerity. Like, no matter how good you get at
Absolutely.
something, the more sincere and honest you are, the easier it is to kind of ironically make fun of how absurd your caring so hard is. And I get that, and I think it's funny too, but like finding a bunch of people where you can all genuinely care together about getting better and encourage each other to turn art into a habit and a lifestyle, I think that can become like a really beautiful online friendship, and will be so much more meaningful than just like chasing likes in the beginning, because I very much feel like the following comes eventually when you're ready for it. Maybe that is naive. Like, I don't know if you have this feeling, but I have friends who I think are amazing artists who are struggling to establish a presence online. And I don't actually have good advice for them, because I think we have a kind of survivorship bias where things
Survivorship
work
bias.
out, but you don't know what it is about what you did that made it work out, really. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I think there are some people that explode really quickly, and I know Ross Tran. He got really popular really fast, and I think he had kind of a weird soul searching and figuring out how to handle that level of pressure that you're kind of given overnight
Yeah.
because he's really young. I mean, he's in his early 20s.
I know. He used to be someone we interacted back on concept art, or and I
Ah,
did
really?
he gave me a shout out in his original sketchbook thread. He said he was inspired by, and then he shouted out my username. So that was this really cute thing we bonded over,
Oh,
because
that's
he's like,
amazing.
and I remember him telling me that, and I was like, dude, you like truly took over the mentor, like you've really fucking done it. Like, it was cool.
I mean, I do exactly what you're saying. I have a good group of friends where every Thursday night we just draw together for like 4 or 5 hours. And they're all people that I consider peers or that are a little, quote unquote, better or more followed. And then some that are a little less than. And then what's nice is there's no pressure. I don't feel like I have to entertain. I don't have to teach. And I don't feel like I'm bothering the people that have close to 1 million followers because that's not what we're there for. We're there just to have fun and enjoy each other's company. Because, I mean, I don't know if you felt this at all, but I watched this celebrity documentary where they said the bigger your platform becomes or the bigger voice you have, the smaller your world becomes. And then it becomes very secular, where it might just be like your immediate partner, a handful of friends, if that. And those are the only people you become really close with because it becomes so isolating where people have an elevated view of who you are, who you're supposed to be. And oftentimes people want to get to know you not because they want to get to know you, but because they might want to have some association with you. And it becomes really tricky picking and filtering which people you feel are authentic. But I feel like I've always had such a strong sense of judging people based on how authentic I think they're being, where I've been able to have friends that I'm going to have them the rest of my life easy. And I know that they have my best intentions at heart. They really have my back. And I think that's something that doesn't get talked about enough in the art world, where find peers that are kind of at your same skill level, because then when you grow together, it is so much more fulfilling than doing it alone like a shark would, and you might be a really powerful shark, but no one's swimming alongside you. And I think it's a lesson that I've had to learn weirdly over the years of having people that I know genuinely care about me as a person first, and then me as an artist second.
Yeah, I feel like most of my childhood, like my real life is so nothing to do with my online life, really.
Yeah.
Like, if anything, to my close friends, it's like a weird oddity that I have this really large Instagram. Like my girlfriend's friends, it's like, oh, that's kind of, like, like it's not that big of a deal to most people. Like I think people, especially my close friends, really, I get the feeling my friends and family are very happy that I'm doing what I love,
Yeah.
and my parents are relieved that I that it's working out for sure, and I feel that pride from them, which is lovely. But most of the time, it's just like you're still just you in social interactions, and if you
Mhm.
don't know how to talk and connect with people, you can't just be like, but look at how many followers I have. Like
Yeah.
it's like when you go to like a the rare instances in my life where I go to a party or something, you can't just like lead with that. It's like, it doesn't, you have to still be a human. Like, so I think it's a really fun way because you kind of get a kind of selective, maybe like some people know about you in a subculture, but you're just still a completely ordinary person in actual life. I think actually
Yeah.
being famous would be horrific.
I think it might be a little different because since you don't do a lot of conventions, I normally, well, before COVID, I did like 20 to 30 every year. So every weekend, you're just meeting a bunch of people where a fourth of them
Yeah,
probably know you already.
yeah,
And it's so easy when you do a lot of cons to like have an ego that gets inflated, or you have a sense of pride that is based on these gross assumptions that you are more important because of your following. And thankfully I have so many people in my life that ground me, and I have my four younger brothers basically who they don't care anything about my following. They give me crap all the time. Like we'll play Catan, they will scream at me, they will swear, like no care. And I've really appreciated when people treat me as a person, not as this weird um, person on a pillar just because I have a. And my Instagram following is not even that big when you look at like the context of celebrities and how much they have. Uh,
mm,
but I think it's been really, and dating someone who not only doesn't really use social media that much, but does not care about growing his own platform at
yeah.
all. It has
That's
been
the
eye
yeah.
opening, like seriously eye
That's what I
opening.
love. Yeah, that's what I love from my relationship. Like I think my girlfriend's values really help ground me a lot.
Yep.
She loves making art, but doesn't really post it online. Has no sense of trying to. She's very supportive of what I do, but um, I sometimes feel like if I was with a really like a person who shared a lot of the same personality traits in other ways, we would just collectively become psychotic together
Yep.
or something.
There'd be this underlying competition almost.
Yeah, and I don't that like it's not like she's not motivated about goals or anything, but I think she um is a lot less derives her self-esteem a lot, doesn't have the same sort of issue of maybe like getting that too much from other people's validation.
Yeah. Sometimes I
So
think it stems from my own insecurity. So even though it looks like, oh, he's doing well or he must be so confident, I sometimes wonder if it's actually me still like diving into my childhood insecurity of being that weird kid that wants to be accepted and liked. And then
I have this feeling that a lot of art comes from a sort of existential thorn in the paw. Like if you were
oh
truly
what? Wait, say that again.
like a thorn in your paw,
Oh, a
like a big
thorn in your
lion. Like it was a
paw.
weird reference, weird through my accent, but like if you
No,
so
you don't
much
have an
I
accent.
do with art
You
is trying to prove to myself that life is beautiful and meaningful, or looking for the excitement that I don't easily find in the world. And
yeah.
if I were one who was less neurotic, um, I wouldn't like I sometimes think that drive to create comes from a sense of, I feel the same way about style, that how you just like, I always tell people that your style is like, you know how like no matter how good an artist is, there's always this sense, but they don't quite do this enough. It's like, oh, I love this, but the subject matter is always a bit not my thing, or the technique here is so good, but I don't connect with it in this way. And it slowly occurred to me that the thing that you always feel is missing from other people is the work that you're meant to make. But I also feel
Yeah.
it's kind of in
Yep.
some neurotic way, it's the thing you feel that you're trying to find in the world that you end up making, you know, and I think it explains the cliche of a lot of artists being even when they make deeply joyful work. Like I don't know if you've ever watched a documentary on Miyazaki,
Oh
but
yeah.
like
Where he
yeah,
said his
he
career was a
really,
mistake or
there's a
whatever.
dark edge to him, and you can
Yeah.
tell. I think that sense of, you know, and in that nihilism is often a kind of wounded idealism. You know, it's that sense of how
Ooh.
magic the world could be if only it was more. You know, it's trying to bring that vision into the world that sort of drives making the artwork.
I like those words. Wounded idealism.
Yeah, making the board again. I really need to get a glass of water. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Should we go to Q&A?
Yes. I know, to everyone watching right now, I promise there were questions that we will get to. And if you want to start asking your questions now, I will ask them to Miles and we'll try to steamroll through them.
I'm sorry if this seems really self-indulgent to other people, but I love having these kind of conversations, and I can't. The people who I'm around every day, I would kill them if I talked like this all the time. So it's nice. I appreciate the opportunity to just like talk for a long time. And
No, honestly, the privilege is all mine being able to talk to you and having this kind of conversation that feels very honest and grounded. And I appreciate that you feel comfortable talking about this kind of stuff. And I should have realized from our last talk that you feel very comfortable just talking about anything. And it's really cool to see you explore these different concepts. But I did promise, like the people in the chat are like, are they asking questions or are they just podcasting right now? So we will get to some of the questions. And then if you want to we'll like try to knock a few out or as many as we can.
I'm like, I got nothing planned, so let's go.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, I wrote down three.
And you should answer some of them too, because I want to hear your thoughts as well.
I wrote down three of my own questions.
Okay.
And one of them you already answered, which is, have you ever created considering a artwork or volume of your work because I want to buy it? But then the next one would be, what makes you happy?
Oh man. Well,
Loaded question.
I mean, happiness is a state of attention. Could be many things. It's more. I think it's an absence of neurotic thought. I think it's more. I think awareness itself is curious and loving.
Absence of neurotic thought.
It's those moments where I'm not ruminating about the past or the future. It's when I'm not, you know, and things like restlessness and boredom are subtle forms of aggression and rejection of the present moment.
God, I love that.
Routinely, I love to, I would say like making artwork. I would say doing something that really like gets in the body. Like I love rock climbing. I love running. I like lifting weights. I like to be outside. Like every summer in Sweden, like people swim a lot. Like swimming. Like me and my girlfriend went swimming in a lake at like midnight, and the sun hasn't really set because it's far north. Like that's happiness. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
connecting with other people, like really connecting. Like when you feel like you get behind the sort of social mask that we're wearing, and you really like someone trusts you enough to tell you something, or you feel the same way. And yeah, like I don't know, anything from like just like I mean, obviously, like everyone, like peak cathartic experiences. I like anything that feels really like special, but I think happiness to me sometimes comes in like a quiet moment, like a good morning when the sunlight hits just right and you're in the middle of a drawing, or a walk in the fucking breeze at nighttime. That shit is lit. You know,
It's funny.
a lot of
My friend's watching right now, and she said that she's been writing down quotes or keywords for Miles too. And I'm like, yeah, my whiteboard's gonna be full of just random Miles thoughts that I find really interesting, or I like the verbiage. What's that
got
called?
that.
Sometimes I really like phonetically. I like how things sound, and especially
Yeah,
when they're like condensed little clippets of just good verbiage.
yeah.
I really like that.
That's why I like talking. I like trying to. I think I think too quickly and manically in my head sometimes and jump around, and the burden of having to make sense and having to slow down and like make sure that you can actually link one concept to the next one and trying to be more precise, and it feels like kind of relaxing weirdly. I feel like I
Yeah.
think better in conversation or in writing than I do just sat around thinking.
I mean,
It's,
actually, follow-up question to that then. I didn't write this one down, but based on what you're saying, do you often feel that, or do you write a lot of these thoughts down to keep them stored, or like just to get them out of your brain in that moment, unless you're afraid of like forgetting them?
yeah, a little bit. It's not as regular as I've often thought about getting into. Like I sometimes go through a phase where I will write really weird, absurd. Like I have this book in my studio that is filled with really dark short stories that are like, like surreal stories about a man who lives underground, slowly eating his own skin for sustenance, or like, and I've actually been thinking I'm going to put some of them in a little zine with some ink drawings soon. Um, but sometimes I just write things I'm thinking about, but not as often as I would like to. I think it would be a nice thing to try and put into the daily routine. Whenever I do try and write, I realize that I agree with people who say that writing makes you a better thinker because you
Yep.
are forced to order things clearly, and it's surprisingly difficult. You realize that you don't actually know much about anything when you try to write. That's what I've got.
No, I've
Very
I've
little.
known I don't know anything about anything for a long, long
Yeah,
past.
yeah, but you can make it really salient, really clear.
I know something that I've done recently that really helps me is at the end of every month, I just write about that month and like things that I felt I accomplished, things that I struggled with, and then what I want to do for the next month.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I always think maybe a day, a really short diary entry would be good. But
Yeah.
I think it'd be interesting to be able to look back and see, like, especially 5, 10 years time, like which things you still, what are the things that still bug you every day that you haven't found a better way to deal with, and what problems seemed like such a big deal at the time that you've forgotten even happened. Like there could be a lot of
Yeah.
wisdom from looking back and seeing, um, you know, it might help make that clearer.
Oh,
You know?
I sometimes when I look back at my old writings, I get kind of sad because I can see so much passion in the writing and so much sadness, but a lot of it's covering up the fact that I felt isolated. And
Yeah,
like now when I write, it's more like weird thoughts or like existential thoughts mixed with my happiness that I've been able to derive from just the people around me or the life that I've been able to build things on. And one of the best quotes that I have near the front is the grass isn't greener on the other side. It's the grass is greener where you water it. And I
yeah,
always really, I find such a connection with that because I think
yeah,
so much of my early existence was looking at other people, what they had, and wanting that. And then now that I'm in a happy relationship, I have really good friends and family surrounding me. It's nurturing that and being okay with the idea that this might be all that I need.
yeah.
But anyways, let's keep going with the questions, or else we'll keep. I
I
feel
like
like
that.
you and I are really good at just like going.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll get some like real questions from real people rather than just me spouting my own stuff. So this one's from Julie Martinez. Says, "How many hours on average does it take to finish a drawing?"
Um, what's up, Julie Martinez? No, it takes Oh, I mean, I never track it, so my guesses are always guesses, but I would say that a really long drawing is like
Yeah.
reading a book or playing a video game. For a compare, like, because people here, if I tell them like 80 hours, they freak out. But like, how many hours does everyone have in Animal Crossing now? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you
60.
if or like what is a working week of hours if you work a 9 to 5? It's like 40, right? So
Yeah.
often I don't think I have like
Actually,
I
that's a really good point. People
can't
don't equate
answer
to
a
that.
question, can I? I would say like well, for an ink drawing 3 to an oil painting 100, anywhere in that range. But I tend to think of it as more like, it was on the easel for 3 weeks
Yeah.
and I was daily sessions on it.
I mean, Miles,
And
I think you actually answered it beautifully because people don't equate it with working a normal job. So 40 hours sounds like a lot of time on a drawing. But when you think about it, that's just a normal work week for a person working in a building or a corporate
yeah,
office.
no, exactly. Like eventually I just got more and more in. I didn't start off doing 40-hour drawings because I wouldn't know what to do after four
Yeah.
hours. I would have run out. But as the sort of skill level increases, the kind of effects for the kind of work I want to make, which is time intensive, and I don't want to equate that with like
Good.
skill necessarily. There are a
Yeah.
lot of illustrators who work in skillful ways that are very time efficient, but I can be very self-indulgent with how long I spend on things because a piece that does really well and becomes a good selling print, even just from a business perspective, it makes sense to spend a few work weeks on it. Um, and I often work with that kind of feeling of like I could accidentally walk in front of a bus tomorrow, and I want to make sure the thing I'm spending all this time on is something I really put my all into. But yeah, it's like equivalent time to reading a mid-sized book or playing a video game or like a normal work week or two. But I've worked on drawings sometimes across like I will burn out on a piece for a while and I just start new ones and then come back to it in a few weeks. And often it might be something that I was working on and off for a few months, or for
Yeah.
the paintings, often over a whole year with lots of other stuff in between. Um, but I basically, like I said, because every time I sit down, I try to have a clear intention of what I'm doing on the piece that day. And that in and of itself becomes like a complete drawing session for me. Like, I was just drawing the effect of the light on some fabric today. And then when I come back the next day, I'm not carrying the burden of all the hours I've already put into the piece. I'm focused on the next part. And then it's just like discovering the power of a lot of time. I couldn't make any of my drawings, my finished ones, in one day. Like they represent something that is only possible through a system of working for weeks and constantly sleeping, stepping away, coming back with fresh energy and fresh eyes, and it sort of adds up over time. So
Yeah.
I sometimes look at my old work and I just think like, geez, like that must have taken a lot of time. Like when enough time has passed, I don't feel identified with it anymore. I sometimes look at them and I'm like, fuck. Do and then I get excited about doing it again. So yeah.
Yeah. I
A long
always
time.
or you go.
No, that was it. I just said a long time.
Oh, I think the only time like I've recently been keeping track of I have like a little tick board. I don't know if you can
That
see.
thing is gigantic. Oh my god.
Well, it's not the drawing, it's you can't even really see it, but the thing that has the blue tape on the side, I'm literally tracking the hours that I put into it. And it's currently sitting at like 29, but I only do that and I tell people you really should only track your time if it makes you more efficient as an artist, because I only do 1 hour max a day on the drawing. I'll never give more than an hour on that thing because
Yeah.
I know that when I start that timer, it's like, okay, let's go. Like, do you want to draw a couple turtles? Do you want to do a mermaid holding something?
That's the giant undersea kingdom thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to take me a while. But I
Dude,
mean,
that is monumental for pencil. That's gonna be very cool.
it's one of those things where I get bored really easily within art, and probably because I'm
Yeah.
creating too many things that are artificial, and I should stay away from that. But I think keeping myself challenged is how I stay energized doing art. So like this thing is gonna take me God forever, but when it's finished, I'll be really proud of it, and most likely I'll just want to move on to the next big thing, and it'll
Yeah.
keep me going. Or even right now, I'm waiting for COVID to be over this time because I have been dying to get into stained glass. I really just want to dive into it
Wow.
hard, and I really
That
want to
would
do
look cool with your work.
the what?
That would look so cool with your work, I think.
I just so excited to try it, and I talked to a lot of my art friends, and they're like, "Oh, but that won't do well on social media, and people won't get why you're doing that, or if you were even the one that did it." I'm like, I just don't care.
Such
Like,
a weird response to me. Like, but I guess I get where it comes from. But no, that sounds amazing.
and I think only because I have a lot of privilege, and I'm very fortunate to have financial security in a lot of ways. Where kind of like where you found a lot of financial gain making prints, and I've kind of found the same thing. And even with books, has been really good. So I can take kind of these big risks and these different side paths on my journey. And honestly, I think that's what really can um, not make you more well known. That sounds gross, but can make you more authentic in your work. Like when I see James Jean, and he explored with a lot of different mediums, and then even recently I saw him do some stained glass stuff that I just thought was phenomenal. And
Yeah.
it sounded like he had a lot of fun doing it, but I don't see him doing a lot more of it. And I was wondering what prevented that. And it could be he didn't, maybe he did get bored and he didn't like it. But I
Yeah,
think
you might not like the process, or it might be really expensive to do as well.
a little
But
bit, a little bit.
he's doing another one, right? He's got that giant dome he wants to build for the next show.
Is he really? See, I didn't even know that.
Of a dome you could stand inside. That he's been check out some of the posts from the last month, I think.
God, I hate when Instagram does the algorithm where you don't see an artist for a while.
Yeah, I know.
Ugh. But my real goal is, I mean, I know this is kind of gaudy and eccentric, but I want most of the windows in my house to be covered with my own stained glass.
Oh, dude, you would love out here in Sweden. I don't know if you know him, but there's a very famous illustrator called Carl Larsson.
How do you
Uh,
spell it?
Carl Larsson is how it would look to an English
Oh, with a
speaking.
K.
No, with a C and then Larsson. Um, Carl and
Oh,
then
yeah.
Larsson, like Carl Larsson.
Oh, these are gorgeous.
But his house, you can visit his house, and his wife Karen was like years ahead of her time as an interior designer. So the look of all the furniture and stuff, which looks super modern, but was in the 19th century, they built this house. They had a stained glass window he made in there, and the whole house is a museum now, and you can go and visit it. It's up in Dalarna, which means the valleys in Sweden, and it is
Oh.
this beautiful house. And the two of them just clearly shared this super sweet, creative relationship. There's one drawing of his that I'm going to send you, which is a drawing of Karen reading at night, and you can see the house with their furniture and I'm copying the image address and the stained glass window of the two of them in the background, and it was so beautiful to me. If you can pop this up on the screen for everyone.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He's very famous in Sweden.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Oh, wow. Wait.
that's so nice. You've got to zoom in on it. I just think the expression of her reading and the pose is just so beautiful, and he was so big on using thick outlines but with a sort of realistic watercolor rendering.
I'm going to share this with the crowd here. There we go.
Yeah, beautiful work.
I mean, to be honest, Miles, this is kind of what I think me and my boyfriend want our house to look like, where the theme, we want it to just feel magical.
Dude, if you could make a trip out here, we could do a road trip up to Dalarna, and because in the middle of this place that doesn't feel real, especially in the summer, it's so absurdly beautiful. The landscape and the house next to a lake, and you can do a whole tour of it. And there's tons of amazing original art hanging on the walls. It's like a real find.
God, no, I would actually take you up on that offer. Where did you say in Sweden it was though?
It's in Dalarna, which is about in the middle of Sweden. So you would probably fly to Stockholm, take a train as close as you could get, and rent a car. It's kind of a little harder to get to, but it's like a 3-hour drive from Uppsala near Stockholm.
Oh God, this looks gorgeous. This is like legit countryside that you'd see on screensavers.
Yeah, and when you go north in Sweden, it's just nothing but trees forever, and then these like idyllic um, little villages. It's pretty cool.
Oh
And
my God. Even like some of the architecture. I mean, I've always been fascinated by European architecture far more than American because it
yeah,
has such a character to it that I feel is missing in a lot of modern architecture.
I love the Swedish sense of design living here. Like everything is a wooden floor. It's like made when I go back to England, I'm like kind of like, why do we put carpets everywhere? Like they're hard to clean and like rooms now seems insane to me. And I love it. I love the wooden floors and stone surfaces and like there's a very minimalist aesthetic here and it's kind of rubbed off on me. I like it.
When I love when furniture or cabinets are like built into the walls or like corners have like weird built-in shelves.
Yeah. Wait, we got caught off again from doing Q&A.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. There we go again. Okay. Next question from Frosty Flakes. What motivates you most, and also what's your favorite technique to practice?
What up, Frosty? Um, Mr. Flakes.
Mr. Flakes.
It's hard to sum up. I almost feel like everything I've been saying gives you the closest to a picture of what motivates me. Uh, Motivation can come and go. I try to rely on habits. It's a habit that I make art every day. It's just what I do. And the motivation tends to come with the doing when I can see that something's going to work out well or I get an idea that I'm excited about. It's much more that I sit down to sketch and thumbnail and I don't necessarily have anything good I want to express, but I discover something and then I get motivated about that. And I guess my life is set up with a bunch of good incentive structures too. Like, it feels good to share stuff and make stuff, and it feels good that it can pay the bills. There's just kind of like a good virtuous cycle. But like I said, I can be very inclined to laziness a lot of the time. So I really think you have to view making art as a habit. And instead of trying to force yourself to randomly do 10-hour sessions and then burning out, try to find like a goal that you can't fail, like sketching for 20 minutes every day, and few weeks until that's a habit, and then just build it from there. Like, don't even worry about perfect practice or the best use of time. I feel like if you sat down and drew and concentrated, it was never a waste of time. And you just work on building a habit that you build upon over years, and it becomes kind of intrinsically motivational, I think, as you like. I do think art becomes more fun the better you get at it. I do think that's true.
Yeah.
Like it's fun when you're a kid when you don't care, and then there's the like difficult intermediate years, and then everyone goes through. Like I know a million really good artists who've struggled with motivation, and that's not unusual at various points. But I think you want to rely on a good habit. And what was the second part of the question?
Well, I mean, have you ever heard of the concept of the valley, where it's like you get really excited about drawing, and then you realize there's like skill and technical level, and then it like dips super hard, and then the process of going back up is like a slow journey, and then eventually you get to that.
Well, yeah, and then as we've revealed, you never reach it. But
No, you'll never hit that same level of happiness.
that's the macrocosm of your career as an artist, and it's also the micro journey of every piece. There's like I feel like there's this mini like Jungian hero's journey with like every drawing. There's like there's this sort of thrill of discovering the thing you want to work on, and there's the exciting beginning when it's not going terrible. And
Yeah.
the dark of the soul is always the point where I've like put in enough time that it can't just look bad because I've just begun, but I'm also aware of how much there is to do to pull it off. And there's almost always this crisis point where I start thinking, is this worth it? Is this worth the time? Is this just a bad idea? Um, And that's I've had that experience even in some of my favorite drawings in hindsight. So there's like a weird journey that every piece takes you on as well.
Yeah.
But I feel his question was, or
The
their
se-
question,
the
the
second
flake.
part, or
It was a
sorry.
two for one.
The second part was, what's your favorite technique to practice?
Oh,
Like, I guess, what's your favorite thing to draw just to study? Like, mine would be definitely hands for sure.
figure drawing. Yeah, I really enjoy I enjoy anatomy, but I also enjoy the process of figure studies. I really used to love drawing figures from life in the model room at school.
Mm,
It's really fun to have weeks to draw a body and a person, and just I like any kind of life drawing the most, because life drawing really teaches you that there is no interesting subject. There's just your ability to pay attention to see what is interesting. Like if you try to paint an apple and you just keep looking, you just discover that you are living in this like kaleidoscopic, rich visual experience constantly passing you by. And the thing that makes things beautiful is your ability to pay attention to it. And life drawing is like this applied visual mindfulness where you keep looking and you're discovering, oh my god, that's light falling on an object, that's how it looks, and its form and its color. It's just so fun to try to recreate that on a surface. And so I love life drawing. I don't think you can beat it. Like I use photos a lot in my process, but there's something to staring at the phenomena in your perception and trying to recreate that on a surface that I think is the best.
how did you say it? It was visual what?
It's gone. I don't know.
I guess I can
Are you-
rewatch my own stream. What am I saying? If this is recorded, I can always go back to it. Okay, next question from Nicholas says, what kind of music do you listen to during the creative process? And do you have a favorite music album?
Oh, wow, what a good question. I think I'm way more inspired by music than visual art most of the time. Like most of my favorite artists that I feel strongly are musicians. I just happen to prefer drawing, so often like looking for ways to abstractly take what I find powerful about music and put that into artwork, like concepts like rhythm and pattern and harmony and contrast, and trying to find a way to make the surface of a drawing sing musically, is like something that I'm often looking for when I'm rendering. And I grew up as a super nerdy, like I grew up listening to like grunge and stuff because my dad listened to like Alice in Chains and Soundgarden and Nirvana, and I loved all that. And then that progressed into a lot of metal and a lot of prog music.
You were a hard kid?
My teenage music was no, like a super dork, and I loved it. Like my teenage music taste was all like Pink Floyd and Porcupine Tree and Opeth and Catatonia and like Dream Theater, probably the one that I don't listen to now. And um, yeah, and then as me and my brother got a bit older, I had one of those like older brothers who would feed me music, and
Yeah.
he started more and more like Nine Inch Nails made me interested in like electronic music, and then Aphex Twin, and then Burial, and like Fortet, and I got into a lot of like soul music and a lot of rap music and hip hop, and I became obsessed with this idea that there's no correct genre, there's just artists who kill it in different forms of expression, and I became really addicted to like hearing it in totally different clothing, the it just being
Yeah.
that powerful transmission coming through an artist. And now I really connect with a small musician called Holy Sons. There's a
Holy
guy called
sun.
Amos who's drummed in a bunch of bands. I listen to a lot of like Tame Impala. I listen to a lot of
Yeah.
FKA Twigs, Grimes, Burial.
Okay, did you like
And they-
her new album FKA?
I did, but not as much as all the stuff. It felt really, really like powerful creatively, but I just didn't find myself coming back to it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally agree. But her one song, The one where she does a music video with stripper heels in the mud that she falls in, or maybe
That's
you.
not Holy Terrain, is it? It's Holy Terrain's the one with Future.
And it's
Um,
not Mary Magdalene. It is
no,
Cellophane.
yeah, Cellophane. That one's beautiful.
Oh,
There's a bit of her doing that on just a piano that I think is the best.
yep, the live version.
Just to be a little weird flex, but one of the most hype moments on Instagram was when I saw she was following me. I was like, yes.
She's following you?
Yeah,
That's
and like,
crazy.
I got super psyched about that. I got to admit,
A weird flex.
fanboying. I mean, I love music, man. I love the just the ability for sound to do what it does. You know,
Oh,
I don't know if you have heard this artist called Burial.
yeah.
His electronic music, like Burial's one of those things where I my ego wishes I had made it. I'm like, this is what my music would have sounded like. I love it so much. And like me and my girlfriend loves a lot of weird, obscure, like filthy electronic music, like Aphex Twin, and like the more hard to listen to, the better, which I find so funny because she's such a sweet person. And then you're like, what are you listening to? It's like, like that kind of like warm sound. She's like, yeah, it's good. And techno and stuff. And
That
but
was like
also
a.
we bond over like it's like a common thing to cook while singing Black Sabbath War Pigs in our house. That's like classic. That's like a classic cooking anthem.
I can't lie. Anytime I hear War Pigs, I think of Guitar Hero and playing it on that plastic
Yeah, but
guitar.
like as you're cooking and then both in sync doing the like
Yeah.
like the little guitar bit. That's how you get through the day. And so I like a lot of shit. I'm one of those like cliched nostalgic over anything from the 60s. Like I don't
Yeah.
think the Beatles are overrated. They're exactly rated. They are that good. Um, I love Nick Drake, Elliott Smith. I love a lot of like, really sad acoustic music. I'm always drawn a little bit more to stuff that's kind of melancholy, like the
Yeah.
work I make, I suppose, more than like super joyful music. But yeah, great question, man. I could talk about music forever, but
Well, the
what
follow up
that
though was, do you have a favorite album? Like the record that you consider one you could just listen to the entire thing and feel satisfied.
but that's just an impossible question.
What? No, I bet I would answer. I would say Wood Kids, Golden Age album, Adele's 21. I thought was just wonderful.
Albums that I've been obsessed with. Yeah, like I could go on the ones that I think are the best, or I could go on the ones that I've listened to the most. And listened to the most in the past few years would be like Currents by Tame Impala. It would
Ah,
be
yeah.
Visions by Grimes. That was like my soundtrack the year that came out. It would be oh man, like I always think Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden will never not because that was like
That's another
my
Guitar Hero one for me.
yeah, like the whole album. I mean, and
Oh, okay, yeah.
like there's a song at the end called Like Suicide, and the drums in that song, it's like oh, the best.
Oh, see, I haven't even heard that. I gotta listen to it.
Oh, it's so good, man. Oh, fuck, I love music. Like music reminds me of to not be boring as an artist. Like sometimes that was one of the big things for me is I would keep listening to music that was mind blowing and making me feel things. Then I would look at my artwork and I was like, huh. Like you know, like someone like a band like Led Zeppelin exists, and I'm gonna like make this. Like no, like it's gotta be. I want my work to feel powerful in the way that good music does.
Yeah.
I want it to reach people, and so it constantly reminds me of that. I think.
But I feel like music definitely has a way of permeating deeper than just a visual art can, you know?
Yeah,
And
I
especially
think
because a
from person to
musician.
person. I've met people who seem to feel as strongly from visual art, and I don't. I feel music in my body, but I just want to make visual art, and I've learned to appreciate that to want something to be something it's not is futile. So like I try, like I know I'm contradicting what I just said, but what's magical about drawings is that they are silent and they are stationary, and the camera doesn't, or the viewpoint doesn't move.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about like, um, you have to not try to make drawing a thing that it's not, and to turn those things into its strengths. Like the extraordinary silence and stillness of a painting over hundreds of years can be really moving. To
Yeah.
see like a Rembrandt of a living, breathing person who's left this world with that twinkle in their eye looking at you, and you feel the echo of their personality that has been silent in these halls for hundreds of years. And that's powerful too, it's just different. And I think art hits me differently. And yeah, so they are different things, but there are still analogies, I think, between the two.
Yeah. Well, I think what you appreciate and then what you create can be different. Exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like you can appreciate music, that doesn't mean you have to make music because you're really good at making a visual language.
Yeah. Though I would say one of my personal goals is to like learn Logic and try to make some soundscapey, dark, ambient stuff. Or I don't even want to just make. I just want to make sounds, not even songs, but like really experiment with making. I had a friend who was a good producer, and we had this weekend where we hung out, and he gave me the ultimate privilege of like getting to take part in the creative process without understanding how to do anything. So I would be like saying, "Oh, what if we could make this sound more echoey in a cave?" And then he would do that, and we were doing fucking weird things like generating um, random text by clicking for a random subreddit and then recording us reading the titles of the first 10 things, and then going in and taking the bits between words, like the end of one word and the beginning of the next, so it sounded like, and then turning them into the drums, and then pitching other bits of the speech down into synth lines and letting like a song emerge out of that.
Yeah.
Like, and then we made this bizarre conceptual piece with, it was like half comedy and half music, where you would hear me like fucking around with a tape deck, like ranting about, I'm gonna miss the aerobics, I'm gonna miss the aerobics. And it was like this post-apocalyptic soundscape, and the vision of the song was a man 500 years in the future has frozen himself so that he can download the entire history of aerobics DVDs into his body in a futuristic VR thing. And so this has me, I'll never release this, you'll never hear it. But it has me like sound really desperate to listen to the aerobics, and then my voice going like, oh wow, oh whoa, and then turning into this like slowed down aerobics nightmare. And so we had a lot of fun playing with music, and it really made me want to learn to produce stuff.
And I was like, when's that gonna be available on Gumroad?
I should like put that out somewhere, but it would make me feel really self-conscious. I can send it to you, and you
Yes.
can maybe it leaks, who knows.
Right. Well, and it's funny because my boyfriend's a trained pianist, and he has been doing it his whole life. So one of my favorite things to do now is he'll go on the lower half of the piano, I'll go on the higher half, and we'll just riff, and we can just go for hours. And it's funny how I feel like creativity is so stifled, where we have convinced ourselves that it has to be only through one avenue, like one lane. But I'm like,
Yeah.
everyone's creative. It just people outlet it in a different way, where it doesn't mean that if you only do oil painting, it doesn't mean you can't also be good at playing the trombone, and like finding a voice through that.
Conversation is creative, like
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the best. Making stuff is the best. I love it. Um, yeah, I got to get into that. I just need to. I have an old piece of shit laptop. I need to like get a new one and figure it out.
Yeah,
I'll do it
because
soon.
this experimental music sounds wonderful.
I mean, I played a few instruments growing up, and I was okay, but I was only ever okay at like, I got pretty good at learning hard songs to pass music exams, but I never connected it to my brother, who we would be learning the same instruments. It was like as soon as you taught him anything, he was tinkering with it, remixing it, composing with it. And I always just felt like a coin operated performance machine. I could train it like learning a hard video game, but it didn't come natural to me to express myself in that medium. And and it just helped our brotherly competitiveness that we switched to like two different hobbies. And
Yeah.
all right, let's keep the questions rolling if you're
Okay.
still good.
Yeah. Let's get a few more in here. Let's see here.
Whenever I say that, I'm telling myself off for talking too much. I'm not trying to like low key diss your hosting skills.
Well, this one's very short because it's from the reader, and they ask, "How do you feel about getting your art tattooed?"
Yeah, just do it. Like, try to get someone good to do it. I think it's really nice people want to ask, because I really understand that for some illustrators it's a big problem, especially if they tattoo their work themselves. But I have this horrible. I'm in this position where I probably get that DM 20 times a day, and I can't respond to them anymore. And people do it anyway. So I kind of feel like I just want to tell people, like, really pick the drawing well and pick an artist who feels they can do it. Because I've seen some where it's a pencil one, and I just honestly feel like doesn't work as a tattoo very easily.
Yeah.
Or I wish they had hired a better artist, but I would never tell the person that. But God, that'd be so crushing to get someone's work done and then they say with the proof of it. But that's what it puts me in these weird positions where if I don't like it, I feel like I can never be honest, and I hate being put in those places. And so I'm happy for people to do it. I say, like, really try to make sure it's what you want and get someone to do it well. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is put it on my website, make a little button that's like, buy me a pizza if you want my work tattooed, where it's totally voluntary. Because I think a lot of people are looking to pay, and I just can't be bothered to set it up. So I might set up like a little button on my website where you can just like donate what you want, recommended $5, if it makes you feel better. But I've kind of tried to put out a blanket, like, just feel free. Like, I am honestly really flattered, and
Yeah.
it kind of is like too trippy for me to think about. Sometimes the time scales have been like where I've like worked on something one week and someone sent me a tattoo of it the next week. And when I was working on it, I thought, oh, I fucked this hand up. And then I see in the tattoo the same fucked up hand, and I'm like, I should have, my responsibility to draw better hands. I failed this person.
And now it's on them forever.
Yeah, but not forever. They'll die, and skin will run.
Oh gosh. Okay, moving on. We have
yes, and I'm flattered. Thank you.
The next one is, I think, a lot. I'm sure you hear this all the time. Is, how do you overcome any art blocks that come your way?
My universal art block Drano dissolver is life drawing.
Yeah.
If I'm really feeling the desire to create something and nothing's coming, then I will maybe do a self-portrait, or I'll go outside and do a plein air, or I'll draw some objects. And often in the process of just getting the hand moving, getting the brain going, you start having ideas again, and you'll never regret spending time on a life study. It's always valuable. Can't do enough. And especially go out and draw trees or whatever. Just become a person whose trees are always killer in their drawing. They always nail the trees. Like Mucha is so known for his flowers. When he was living in Paris, he just went to the botanical gardens all the time and drew them. It's like, there's no really? That he can draw flowers. Like, it comes from somewhere. It has to be learned at some time. So if you're having an art block, just anything that you'd like to be better at doing, life drawing is great, because just don't overthink the setup. If you're going to do like a long still life, then set it up nicely. But sometimes you can just grab a pen and just look at the clutter in your room and try to draw all of it. Yeah. And then other ways, I think sometimes you need to learn to have, like, impatience is like cold anger. Like, it's sometimes when I'm drawing, I'm sat there and an idea doesn't instantly come. And then one of the biggest blocks is all you're doing in your head is thinking, why can't I have any ideas? My work's never any good. I never have any ideas. And the space in which the ideas would emerge is being occupied by this neurotic rambling, saying over and over again, my ideas suck. And so just learning to have a playful sense of sketching again, where you sit down and just draw some crap. Let it be crap. Doesn't matter. some, like the recent drawing I did of the girl with the big hands came from sitting around at night and doodling like almost intentionally shitty, like it was my math textbook again, and just drawing, oh, just here's a person in their hands. Oh, what if the fingers were long? And then like suddenly you've stumbled into an idea. So I'd say it's of learning to be a bit more playful in your sketching, giving yourself some space. You're not a machine, you know, things take time. And then just like life studies are never a waste of time. And the good thing is you're always surrounded by the world, reality. You can always draw it.
Absolutely. Well, and especially if you know you're going to draw a lot of figures or characters in your work, I feel like life drawing, there is no better way to get better at it.
Yeah. But I sometimes think, you know, when you think of an illustrator like James Jean comes to mind, or Kim Jung-ji, some of these people who it's like they can pull so many kinds of objects and forms out, and
Yeah.
you're never going to learn how to draw cutlery or a teapot or a motorcycle or a cabinet, or, you know, if you don't, like there's always something you can be just slowly getting into your visual library. And I think sometimes intentionally picking a subject that seems boring, you'll discover in trying to copy it that there's so much more going on there.
Totally agree. Yeah. All right. Next one. What is the best advice to an artist just starting out and to an artist struggling with where they're at?
Just starting out is what I said earlier about the primary goal is to make this a habit first, and then all the sort of refining of your practice and figuring out um, a better crafted study technique should be sort of assembled in real time as you keep going. So the first, like truly starting out, what I'd be aiming to do is to build it to a daily habit and make the sessions as short as they need to be, just for 2 to 3 weeks. And they can be longer if you feel up for it. But just, it's like I draw for 15 minutes a day, period. And just make sure you can nail that. And if that's too much, make it even shorter. I sit down and I doodle for 5 minutes minimum every day, sometimes longer.
Yeah.
And as time goes along, I think life drawing is the biggest eating of your vegetables, you know, for a visual artist. Like everyone should be doing it regardless of the style you're going to work in. Um, it's foundational, I think. Learning anatomy is great, learning some perspective is great, but in the beginning you're in this unique position where, because you kind of don't know anything, you can move in any direction and you're going to be learning something. And so I would say never lose track of why you started drawing. Always make things for fun. But if you want to get better, you do need to start intentionally forming exercises that are designed to help you improve, which means not doing the same thing that you've always done over and over again. So if you draw a lot of faces, sitting down in front of a mirror and trying as hard as you can to actually copy the proportions, actually draw what you see. The next time you go to draw faces from imagination and you're about to do the same thing, you think, oh, but how did that cheekbone look yesterday in the mirror? And it's really in there because you spend time looking and you try it and it looks better and then it sticks. And so I think it's that synthesis of studies and personal work, that is the like growth fuel. And it's people overestimate what they can do in a day and underestimate what you can do in a year. So it's much more about much less about trying to do the best you can today, but it's whatever you can sustain over a long period of time that's really gonna like take things to the next level.
I like
And for
that.
who's stuck not liking their work, oh
Sorry, I gotta write that
well,
one down.
well, I want help me answer this one, but I think you have to separate your self-esteem from your work, because to get better, you do need to be discerning and judgmental. You do need to be able to look and honestly assess where you're going wrong and how to fix it. But you have to do that without taking it as a judgment on your intrinsic self-worth. Do you know what I mean? Like you have to be able to recognize there's a lot of things wrong with this drawing and that says nothing about me. as a person, because it's amazing how married we get those things to be. Because if you do want to get better, you do need to be able to take a critique, self-critique, but there's no need for it to be agonizing, and it kind of has nothing to do with your worth and value as a person. So I just
Yes.
think I think if someone's struggling with, there's something in there useful to learn. If you're struggling with it, maybe you're not making the stuff. There's something beautiful in there. There's a desire to create something beautiful. There's a desire to create something that feels meaningful. And we don't want to lose that. We don't want to become complacent, but we don't need to hate ourselves over it or to really feel too much pain over it. So I always think that buried underneath that dissatisfaction is something worth going into. But you need to ask yourself the hard questions of like, do I really care about the subject matter I'm drawing? Am I doing this for me? Do I find this interesting? Could I be putting more effort in? Could I be trying harder to solve these problems better? Could I be thumbnailing more? Have, like an honest assessment of where you're at without it being too personal. That's how I
Oh,
would
I
feel.
I totally think you need to detach yourself from your work on a, a huge level to be able to assess it critically and objectively. So I always call it training your critical eye and viewing your work as if it was someone else's. Because I think if there's too much attachment to it, it's really hard for you to self evaluate what could be improved upon and what needs uh, more constructive thinking on how to make it better. Because especially younger artists, they become so attached to their work that it's hard to view it objectively. And unfortunately, the same mistakes then become repetitive. And then you enter a cycle where you're not improving so much as you're just pumping out the same quality level of work. So I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel so detached from my work. If someone like came up to me and just started like ripping apart one of my works and was just telling me everything wrong with it, I'd be like, yeah, I agree. Like I see that. Yep, that looks wrong. Yep, that could be better. My shading looks a little sloppy there. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I'm always open. I'm way less sensitive about technical stuff, and then I am more sensitive when people are trying to humiliate or dismiss an idea. But I have enough self confidence now to know that people are often
Yeah,
just projecting themselves
yeah.
onto it.
Don't
So
take
I
that
don't
to heart at
take it
all.
personally. Um, because I do think like I'm not detached conceptually. I want to care about what it is that I'm drawing, but like I'm so aware of how fallible I am. And if I like, if I draw a hand wrong, you just got to be like, I goofed.
Well, and I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but when I started out doing drawing, I used to get a lot of weird hate at my work. A lot of it would be like, this just looks like Justin Bieber flex, or this is gay as hell, or I mean, some people would even use the F word, and like they were just very derogatory towards what I did. But what was funny is the more that I kept doing it, the less of the hate I saw. And back then, I think I was more of like a, I'll show you. Like I wanted to be the bullheaded person that's like, no, I stand by this. And if it looks like Justin Bieber, I don't care. And then as I got older, I became so detached from my work that now I can even poke fun at my work and, the things that I think are repetitious or
Yeah.
scapegoats that I often do, and it's okay.
No, yeah, no, yeah, exactly. You're right. It is okay. Like it's weird. It's this weird balance I have between, like I said, like sincerity and then also realizing how absurd it can be to be too sincere. It's like difficult. You have to be. Um, but you're right. It's very. You have to be able to make fun of it too, but at the same time, it's like when you see when dynamic in school where one kid is being bullied and then they start trying to make fun of themselves to get ahead of it. That always makes me sad because it always feels like,
Oh, I see what you mean.
you know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like
Yeah,
when
yeah,
there's a
yeah.
kid being bullied and they're like, I guess I'm just the fat kid or something. And that always makes me feel really sad because I want to be like, no, like you were right. Like fuck them, like don't you join
Yeah.
in. And so there's like part of me that feels that way. But
I think
um,
there's a way where you can acknowledge, like if it was the fat kid for example, I think acknowledging that your weight is going to be mocked, but not in a way where you're mocking yourself, but kind of owning it, and then finding
Yeah,
your confidence within it, and then kind of expressing it to people to be like, you can try to mock me, like come at me, like it'll
yeah,
water off a duck's back. I promise, nothing will stick. Nothing you
yeah.
say
There's
will
something
bring me down.
hugely powerful at just letting everyone know you're fully aware of who you are and you're confident in that.
Yeah, I mean,
What I mean,
I
but it's
felt.
different. I have to get another glass of water. I'm
Oh, go.
yeah.
Chat, I promise I've been reading everything you've been saying. This has been such a good conversation. And I think sometimes when the interviews like this just become a very fluid, organic, open chat discussion, I just kind of let it evolve that way. Because I think sometimes I set up the structures of having questions um, just to make the conversation continue. But if the person I'm talking with is super comfortable having a conversation that is open ended and fluid and we can organically go off side trails, I just kind of let it happen. So if anyone's wondering why this stream isn't like
Yeah.
as structured, it's because I
And we
think
might accidentally end up answering other questions.
exactly.
Says.
Yeah.
So, but you can seed another one in if you want. Is everyone getting bored? I mean, I'm kind of I'm kind of still having fun.
I know everyone's like, no, everyone loves this. It's actually really funny where
in 4 hours, dude. This is
I
incredible.
I never thought any interview would be longer than Warbacher's because his was just over 3. You already beat it.
Yeah.
A lot of people are. It's funny. There's been some people that have been quoting you, and one of the ones where that shit is lit. There's,
Put that up on gravestone.
but one of my mods is also from Sweden, and she's wondering if you've ever been to. I believe it's pronounced Scotland or Gotland.
Scotland.
Gotland.
No, and every Swede tells me to go there. I'm hoping to go this year with my girlfriend. It's
Yeah.
island to the west of on the east coast, sorry, of Sweden, a little south from Stockholm, and it looks amazing. There's a town called Visby there, which is like got an old medieval wall around it. I got a friend who lives there, and it's just like really beautiful landscape. I'm hoping to go soon. Yeah, I would really like to go.
Yeah, she just says it's very beautiful, and she think you would enjoy it there.
There's a game design course there as well, I think. I know there's some sort of school there. But yeah, I've always wanted to go.
Man, you have so many good like workshops or things that seem to pop up around Europe where I feel like in America it's a little more sparse, surprisingly.
Oh, but
And
everyone, I always think everything's happening in America. So that
really?
thing, because you got all the cons, and then New
Oh,
York and
well,
you really hate the gallery scene, and
we have a lot more of like the artificial stuff, like even conventions. I guess it's a celebration of culture in a way, but a lot of like pop nerdy culture. And I think
yeah,
since most Americans are like nerdy pop culture followers, there's just so much of that. But like what you were saying with these workshops, I've never had a life drawing workshop or even class ever where I got to study and draw someone for more than 3 hours ever.
it doesn't happen outside of ateliers. It's too hard to coordinate. I mean, it must do, but I don't think it does really.
Well, and someone was mentioning that the school that you were talking about, it's about 5 grand per semester, roughly.
Yeah,
Where in
yeah.
America, the school that I went to, it was only a 3 year course, but the end price was just over 100 grand.
And the funny thing is, here it's considered absurdly expensive because higher education in Sweden is free. Um,
Oh,
if it's state run, so Swedes are not used to paying anything. So we have American students coming in saying this is a bargain.
yeah.
The problem is it can be harder to get, like with the accreditation, it can be harder to get a loan. So like I'll straight up own that there was weird timing. My parents got divorced and sold the sort of our house, and my mum moved into a cheaper place, and she was basically um, like fuck it, I'm happy to float education. Um,
Oh.
yeah, like I wouldn't have been able to go because I wouldn't have been able to get a student loan. So I only ever paid my living costs, and
So
I
then
feel like
is it not normal to get loans where you're at?
well, like in Sweden, you'd get a loan. I think Denmark and Norwegian people would,
Oh.
but I think most international students probably end up having a parent or a grant. And then there is a thing called the ARC. Once you've studied for a year, it's like this kind of realistic, it's like the Art Renewal Center or something, but they do little scholarships up to $5,000. And every few years we have a student win that, and it'll help do a semester. And we sometimes help if a student just can barely make it. They're, we often have like students acting in semi like janitorial roles for like a lower tuition and all kinds of, they'll help clean on a Sunday and stuff like that. And but yeah, that's something we often have to defend here, which is that internationally it's very cheap, and but it just in a country where higher education is typically free. So people, of course, to some debt to you take out loans for your accommodation and living costs when you're here. But I think every Swedish people get like $250 a month. That's not part of a loan. It's just given to you towards living costs as a student. And like the social safety net here is totally like taxes are higher. Like I pay effectively, and this isn't because I'm earning a lot. It's just because it's what you do. I pay like 40 something percent, which I think of as my Sweden rent. I'm just used to it now. And obviously it's a weird moment, like Sweden been taking a weird response on the lockdown, and I'm not here to claim it's some sort of paradise, and there's a lot of the same problems with like right-wing populism coming up here as all over the world. But
I don't know, you're making it sound pretty good.
There are a lot of beautiful things. Like I think you get a lot of paternal and maternal leave paid if you're working for a normal company, and like many weeks. And I think there's like 40 50 days paid holiday a year for most jobs and stuff.
Wow.
It's like a totally different days. No, that must be wrong. 20 30, but it adds up to quite a few weeks. Like a lot of Swedes just don't work July. Like the city gets dead in Stockholm because people go out to their like summer houses and stuff. But it's still the modern world. There's a lot of problems, but I think there's less of a feeling that you can totally slip between the cracks in a way that I think a lot of people feel that pressure in America, from what I gather. But I wouldn't want to say that with certainty. I'm sure there's people who feel the same way here.
There is a weird, unsurmountable pressure in America to earn a crap ton of money. Because, I mean, like most universities that are private, per year, they're between 40 and 70,000. So, like,
don't you think the COVID situation is going to completely change education? Because who is going to pay that for Zoom classes? Like I've heard a lot of podcasters talking about how much online cheaper education is. Like you really do feel with a lot of art students, like just if you just bought like $5,000 of Gumroads and online workshops, you would probably get better tuition than you get at a lot of art schools. But I think a lot of people want the experience and the networking, and your parents not stressing about what you're doing. So it's like difficult. But I think there's probably never been, like we're talking, like it's hard with social media and the pressure on people, but there's also a lot of resources for like everyone should just watch James Gurney's YouTube channel, by the way. It's the most relaxing, educational, beautiful thing. I love it. I like feel love for that man so strongly. He's so brilliant as an educator and a painter, and it's just beautiful. I love it.
Well, my favorite thing about James Gurney is he has such a childlike wonder to what he does, and even getting really excited about making the end credits of his YouTube video, he constructed that little machine,
Yeah.
And it's just, to me, that's an artist. They find joy, they are excited about something, they attack it,
He said this thing where he was painting a thing, and he said, I like to think that in this strange corner of this infinite reality, I've captured this moment of being like a ship in a bottle. And I was just like, oh, I love you. Like your painting, that to him it's like this temporary moment in time that will never repeat, and it's just a little echo of it is now here in a page. And I really want to do a lot more of that. Like I don't know if you saw my story the other night. I was sat around and wanted to like paint my girlfriend chilling.
Yeah.
And I want to get better at like taking little because I look at it now and I can feel a little bit better the memory of that moment, and
Well,
I feel
mind you, Miles, that little study was excellent. I don't know if you were doing gouache or watercolor or if that was oils,
it was
but
gouache.
it was gouache. I
Yeah,
mean, that was wonderful. Like your blocking of
thank you.
value is so good. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised knowing what you're capable of doing, but
Well, it's been kind of fun to realize that from so much of the longer stuff, when I've been going out and doing some plein air as well, and watching a ton of the James Gurney, and I started getting this weird feeling of confidence. I was watching him do it, and I was like, you know, I feel like I could do this. Like he's not doing anything. Like he really gave me a good framework for how to simplify like a more complicated motif quickly. Like watching him do the drawing and then just like fully block all the dark areas in together and slowly start picking it out. And I was like, you know, that looks, I feel like I've done, maybe I just need to have some more confidence. And obviously they're not looking like James Gurney studies, but I was pleasantly surprised considering they're like the first 10 I've done like that. I think it feels like something I want to do a lot more of, which is obviously motivating. But
oh yeah, I would say so far they're looking excellent.
thank you. It's
Okay.
fun to practice simplifying because I always over describe everything.
Tell me about it. Yeah.
My drawings are like my speech. It just goes on and on. Like, this is what the hand does, and the finger turns like this, and it looks like this, and there's a soft. And some people are so like boom, boom, boom. That's it. And I think that's cool.
Oh yeah. Okay, how about this? We'll get in like 3 questions. That way, because I don't want to take too much of your time, and uh, it's actually been really enjoyable seeing the comments and then hearing what you're talking about, and then people relating to it. It's just been a really enjoyable interview. I hope you know.
Oh, thanks. I've enjoyed it. It's been
Okay,
fun.
so then this one's from more real. I get this all the time, so I'm curious on your answer. How do you not smudge your pencil drawings as you are working on them?
Just so I kind of try to work left to right because I'm right-handed, but eventually that's not an option anymore.
Yep.
Uh, I've tried to really train. My drawings are pretty small. They're all like normally A5 to A4 absolute max. So it's not possible because I hold my pencil near the back to always not have my hand on the drawing. As much as possible, that's my go-to.
Oh
Is
yeah.
just I've trained that enough that I don't accidentally do it very often. I sometimes do where I look at my knuckle and I'm like, oh shit. But most of the time, I can have my hand very stable to the side of the drawing. And then when it becomes inevitable, I just put a just thin piece of tracing paper under my hand. And I try to make sure I'm just resting it and I'm moving my hand, but I'm not like grinding and sliding it.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't really feel like much of an issue once you train yourself to just to not smudge it. You have to not smudge it. You have to make sure that you carefully. It feels a little awkward at first, but you have to train it to be a habit to not just stick your hand on it, and to and to use a piece of paper when it's inevitable.
Well, I always wondered, did you ever take what you normally do for like an oil painting? I know Alan Williams does this a lot, where he'll have the block of wood and then he'll rest his hand on that.
Yeah, like they call it a maul stick is the name for when you have a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
hold a stick, and then that's like essential for working in charcoal on big drawings. So yeah, for anything bigger and on an easel, you use a maul stick. You couldn't just put a piece of paper on your hand. You wouldn't have
No.
any stability, especially if the drawing's upright. So a maul stick, which you can buy one, but just a piece of bamboo. I've used like mop handles, just like something that I can use to keep my hand off the surface. And that feels surprisingly natural, and it makes you feel cool because you can wave it around like a sword when you're not
Yeah.
painting. And then oh, that just made me remember a weird video. And then yeah, just that maul stick and just be careful. So I just laughed because I said waving around like a stick, and my girlfriend showed me this really embarrassing video recently of me working on one of my old paintings, and it's like really like heavy subject matter, but for some reason I'm like listening to Drake and facing the other way and painting it over my shoulder and just like doing my serious artist thing, and I'm posting it a few times, but I don't think I will.
That's the real secret to your process is
Yeah,
painting
exactly.
backwards.
Is that most of the time I'm pretty goofy.
I know, that's why I want to see some of these little weird creatures come back in your like interlacing coming back because I
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
macabre
the
humor.
madness. It's the madness crawling in from the sides. It's the little, the little imps just out of reach. Can't you hear them? The elves,
Yeah.
that are just beneath the couch cushion. That's how I
They're
see Miyazaki's soot sprites, the little things that crawl out when you leave the room.
oh, I love those things.
Yeah, that's so adorable.
Actually, speaking of movies, then, do you have any interesting movies or shows that you found during quarantine?
Yeah. I really enjoyed Devs, which is a new thing from
Yes.
Alex Garland.
Well, okay,
Um,
was it good? Because I really liked his movies, but I haven't seen Devs yet.
yeah, I thought it was great. I mean, it's like if you overthink it, I don't think the premise is truly possible, but it's consistent within the show.
Okay.
And even if the technology the show is centered around, the philosophical idea of determinism, is the universe determined? Do we have free will? Those are like the main themes of the show, and
Uh,
it's a real good one for like freaking you out a bit. I really recommend it actually. If you already like his other stuff, because I didn't like Annihilation that much for some reason. I
really?
I felt like I should have, because I love Ex Machina and I love 28 Days Later, and I like
Yeah.
his book The Beach. I think he's a really interesting guy. I think Annihilation bug. There were just too many moments where characters did stuff that just had me like this alien zone. Everyone who's ever gone in has died or come out with severe health problems. And these are the smartest people in the world, and they just like walk back in without a gas mask
Oh, I know.
or protective equipment. And like, I don't care. Like fantasy, obviously, we're allowed to suspend our disbelief, but stuff like that just makes me feel like I can't. I was just so annoyed at the characters.
No, Miles, to be honest, that bothers me so much. It'll take me out of the movie for the rest of the movie. I don't know if
Yeah,
you ever saw Prometheus. It was the same thing where none
yeah,
of them
same thing.
wore
Yeah.
helmets. And I'm like, but then I found out in an interview, apparently it's because it's hard for audience to connect with people wearing helmets, apparently. So they made it so that, but I'm like, that's such a poor excuse.
It's that stupid built like that's the kind of shit that happens when you get too many people involved in making something and some
Yeah. Too many producers.
make us connect with someone in a helmet. Like that's a challenge to get around. Don't anyway, that makes me think of the Matrix. Apparently, so in the Matrix, fundamentally the premise of the movie where he says to turn a human being into this and he holds up a battery doesn't make any sense because a human is an entropic system. It's not an energy source. Like they're feeding the humans goop. How are they generating power? They're taking in chemical energy and whatever they're feeding them. Like a human being is a net loss on power. It's like we're entropy drains. So
Dude,
the whole thing that we would become a power source doesn't make sense. And apparently the original thing was that he held up an Intel chip. And the idea was that the human being's brains were the sort of processing power of the
that
machines.
makes way more sense.
Better because it would make sense that as you become awakened in the matrix, you learn that your mind is merged with the fabric of the world you're generating. So your ability to develop powers and to control the world around you would be like tied to the plot because you are building the virtual reality they're in. So
Yeah.
it's better writing, and they showed it to test audiences, and at the time they didn't know what he was holding up and changed it. And obviously I still love that movie, but
Oh,
that strikes me as like, don't ask people what they want. You have to show them what they want. You can't try
yeah.
to anticipate what people need to see. Don't you think that's so like it blows my mind how much more satisfying it would be
Oh,
if it were a computer
Miles,
chip?
trust me, I'm such a film nerd that I love movies, but then the more I hear about blockbusters or ones that have a lot of money invested from different producers, the less authentic and the less genuine they become. And that's like I
Yeah.
said earlier, I judge things very harshly on that. And then I'm
If you
just
want to be,
disinterested.
if you want an authentic movie, my girlfriend is really into like. There's a few Swedish and Danish films. There's one called Festen, which means the
Festin.
party, Festen, and that is just a handy cam, ugly visual movie about a family drama. And that movie will make you feel sick to your stomach. It'll make you laugh. It's so intense. There's another movie called Fucking Ormal. Ormal is a town in Sweden, and all the kids are always like, fucking Ormal, we have to live here. And it's about just a coming of age story in a small town. that's iconic as well.
Yeah,
I
I haven't
think
heard about
some
these.
in English. The biggest event of the lockdown was watching Love Is Blind on Netflix because it was a soul crushing expose in our ability to delude ourselves. I can't describe the level of discomfort I felt watching people ask each other to marry them after like 5 blind dates in a pod,
Yeah.
and watching people be like, I've never connected with someone like this, and feeling really sad that maybe they were telling the truth. It like made me think about the level of disconnection that these, I don't know, but that's not my real answer, I guess. That comes to mind.
Well, it's funny because I mean I watch a fair amount of trash. I think I
I
can find
love watching trash. That's like my favorite thing.
well, I find entertainment in it for sure. It's kind of like the candy versus vegetables argument. I think for me, trash
Yeah,
is candy, but like
yeah,
I just subscribe to a Criterion channel, and I've been having it's been like Christmas every movie that we keep finding on there, and I always
yeah,
force my boyfriend to watch it with me, and sometimes he's like, Tim, what is this? Like what are you making me watch? Because it'll be like this silent film that's all like visuals and it's all interpretive. But like I'm
yeah.
like eating it up. I'm like, this is the best thing I've seen all month.
I want to see a movie that could be what you just described recently or before the lockdown in the cinema that had a young Bjork in it as an actor.
Was it Juniper Tree?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
just watched that last week.
yeah. Because I heard what you were describing and I was like, that sounds like Juniper.
Oh my
That's
god.
so weird.
But
Wow.
you know what's great though is so in the movie, you know, there are two witches basically. I love that they don't dramatize everything because in America the tendency is to have music playing through everything. And I don't know if you know this, but even with Ghibli films when they localized it here, like Castle in the Sky for example, there's music backtracking the entire movie basically because American audiences have such a short attention span that during like the quiet moments where you just hear like the rustling of the rocks or whatever, apparently the audience were getting bored and they were like disinterested in the movie and they gave it a bad review, but then they backscored it and it was amazing reviewed. But in my mind, I'm like, no, it's the quiet moments that really make a movie have texture to it, if you know what I
Yeah,
mean. And
yeah,
then
yeah,
watching Juniper Tree, I'm like, this is exactly what I mean because even the parts where she's doing some really malicious things to a child after the child, you know, passes, like they're pretty grotesque things that you could easily have like a high pitched violin or like a lot of cuts that are disturbing, but it was very quietly done. And then she puts the finger in the mouth, sews up the mouth, and then pushes them in the river. There's no backtrack. It doesn't. It just feels
yeah,
grounded to reality, and to me, that's far superior in terms of being scarier than having like a like super like jump scare
yeah.
music and all this other garbage that I don't want.
Yeah, it makes you realize all the most horrific things that have happened in the world may have happened with an uncomfortable silence or just the rustling of clothes and breathing to them. And sometimes that can, the things that make it feel like a movie can distance it from reality. I don't know. Two of my favorite films from recently were Hereditary and Midsommar. I really like
Yeah.
Ari Aster. And Hereditary genuinely disturbed me.
Oh, did
Um,
it really?
oh, I watched it in the cinema and I like wanted to leave. Obviously, I wanted to keep watching, but during that moment early on in the film, no spoilers, just the sense of weight of what had happened. Like
Oh
people
yeah.
die so often and it's just like nothing. And the sense of like everything is irreversibly changed like really made me feel like kind of nauseous, you know?
Okay, wait. Then I got to ask you some things because, like I said, I'm a big film nerd. I love discussion about movies. So with Midsummer specifically, the thing that I
Yeah,
loved the most about it was I thought it was going to be the fear of not quite understanding another culture and then feeling like a black sheep within the community. And I thought the most beautiful thing is when, obviously, for people that have seen it, I don't want to spoil too much, but the ritual that happens with the old people and how shocked the Americans are by what they're seeing, but then
yeah,
everyone else being like, this is a celebration for the end,
yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
yeah,
To me, I thought that was going to be the whole movie, and I thought that was brilliant. I think
yeah,
they skated a little bit away from it in parts, and I'm not a big gore fan, so there were parts where I'm like, I don't necessarily need to be seeing this.
Yeah.
But the thing that I thought was the most beautiful, and I don't think this is much of a spoiler, but is when she's screaming and then everyone, joins in on her emotion and her breathing. That,
Finds the acceptance of people
oh,
just letting feel her emotions and mirroring it. And
and oddly enough, that her being exactly what she needed at that point in her life. Oh, yeah, I thought that was brilliant. I was
I
like,
it's
great
more
job.
subversive when, like, it makes me think of why I think Brave New World is better than 1984, because it's like the
Ah!
premise of the world is you set up a dystopia that seems to offend primary values about what you think makes life meaningful, and yet it's a world that objectively has less suffering in it. And how do
Yeah.
we deal with that? Like, that's such a better way of making you uncomfortable and think than just like evil, evil, evil. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. One, I mean, especially in stateside, I feel like we have a tendency to, it's like very cancel culture where it's like very extreme either side and there's not much middle ground. But then when you
Yeah.
realize the majority of people and their way of thinking is in the majority middle ground, not the extreme. Uh,
Yeah.
but honestly, I don't want to talk about movies too long because then I could just rant for hours. But I normally always recommend The Fall to other people because I think it's brilliant. But I think for
I
you, you might like a little bit something more metaphorical and
love
existential.
that movie. I think I've seen The Fall. That's the one with the guy with a broken leg, right? And he's
Yes.
telling the story. Yeah, that's a gorgeous movie as
I
well. Oh
think
my God.
visually and storytelling, I think it's a home run. But the
I
one
want
that
to
I,
read. I haven't seen that for like 10 years now.
oh, definitely watch it again. But the one I want to recommend to you is my favorite movie. It's called Synecdoche, New York. I think it is the
You write it down. How do you spell it?
oh god, I might have to Google this because it's a weird spelling. It's S-Y. Okay, it's Synecdoche, and then New York.
Okay, I got it.
So, in whenever you're feeling existential, I would watch this movie because I love blunt truth. I love when things are authentic, and I love kind of receiving news that you don't want to hear at unfortunate times, but you have to hear it. That's that whole movie, and it's kind of
For some reason,
sad.
that's my girlfriend's thing is she loves really bleak, hard to watch films. Like
Oh,
her whole favorite thing is like we call it real life horror now, like the kind of situations that really happen that are more like there's a film Happiness that she likes that is
yeah, with an I.
yeah, that's like,
Mm-hmm.
but I think the thing about Midsummer as well that affected me is like anyone who's ever done a psychedelic, some of the recreations of those effects kicking in as you're in a more and more uncertain situation, like really made me anxious at just thinking how easily you can be driven to madness, like how thin that thread of
Oh God,
reason.
because I felt the same thing, and I thought it was creepy how accurate the visualizations were,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the whole breathing
No one,
thing.
no one ever gets it fully right, but I think they did a good job of like really trying. Yeah.
Okay, I one more recommendation. Watch. It's a French film. It's called Climax. To me, that is the most modern horror because the whole premise is imagine like 25 people trapped in a warehouse and they're like a dance company, and then at some point someone spikes the punch and they don't
Oh,
realize that the punch has a heavy dose of acid in it. So
oh,
then just imagine 20 to 30 people, but they're having a bad trip
yeah.
collectively, but you can't see what they're seeing. Oh, it's terrifying.
Oh, that's so cool. Have you seen? Oh, you made me. There's some movie I've forgotten the name, but it's like Tom York soundtracks it. It's in like Cold War Berlin about a ballet troupe. Um,
I feel like I should know this.
it's like about witches. It's a remake of something. Um,
Suspiria? Or no?
Cold War ballet film. Oh, it's called no, it's not that. If I add Berlin, I want to say it begins with S. Suspiria.
Oh, it is
That's it.
Suspiria.
Yeah, that's a good film. Anyway, let's take another
Yeah.
question. For hours too.
See, now you got me going because I think movie stuff gets me like super giddy. Okay, we'll do. What was it? We had two more. You ready? Let's see if we can knock these out. Okay, this is from New Girl 99 says, "Do you ever feel like becoming an artist was out of reach? And if so, how did you overcome that?"
Oh, I think I had a weird dose of naive. I don't want to call it cockiness, but I always just felt like the people who did it are only human, and there must be a way. But it often felt hard or confusing. But whenever I would feel overwhelmed, my retreat was to just go back to practicing. I used to like the feeling when no one really knew my work of being in my room and like working on this thing that would be ready one day. Do you know what I mean? Like I think you can harness a little bit of your ego, that desire to like they're gonna know about this one day. Like there is a healthy dose. There is a place for your ego and your identity. You can't rid yourself of it. And there's a hilarious Terence McKenna quote where he said the purpose of ego should be when we have dinner, I know whose mouth to put the food in. But in some sense, it's about it is a boundary setting structure of the brain. It creates the boundary of self and other. And sometimes you need to be able to stand up for yourself and believe in your own potential. So I think it can't be delusion. It has to come from I always thought I wanted to be practicing hard enough and trying hard enough that I naturally felt as if good things were coming. I didn't ever want to just be telling myself it was true. And no one wants to, we've all seen people being delusional and it's uncomfortable. And I think a lot of self doubt comes from trying to avoid the humiliation of accidentally being that person. But you need to get a little bit of your inner Kanye on. You need to, I mean, that part of you needs to believe that it's possible for you, and I believe it's possible for you. I believe it's possible for anyone. It's but the best way to feel that self-confidence, if you did the best you can today and yesterday and you've been killing it for a while, even if you're not there yet, if you can feel the progress, if you can feel that things are moving, that is the antidote. You know, you're not there yet, but you are so much better than you were 6 months ago, and just and learn to love that feeling. I look back on the days I was like a student and still learning, and they were really beautiful days. There's something really cool about the experience of like there's a thing you want to do, and so many people don't have that. Like I used to see so many of my friends, it's such a common thing that I meet is people who part of the despair is they don't even know what they would want to do. And the thing they have to do to get by in the world seems boring and unfulfilling. But if you already have a thing that you feel you could love to do, that's already a kind of win, right? And so
Yeah.
I think you've got to view the fact that you actually know there's a thing you love to do as already something, and then just put in the try to put effort and joy, and try to let that motivation come from a place of positive emotion, a desire to do cool things instead of a need to prove yourself, you know. But realistically, like it's a mix of all those things that get you going, and was driven for many years by less than ideal sources of motivation. Like I think I have had long periods of natural competitiveness and the little chip on your shoulder. None of these artists are as good as I think I could be, and like I think if you can feel that in a way that gets you going, as long as you can recognize it's kind of absurd and let it go eventually. But I've always been a bit pragmatic. What kind of thoughts lead to the kind of behavior I want to see in myself, and what kind of things just lead to wallowing. And I just the one thing that makes me angry is the sense of like wasted potential and wasting my time on, I don't know, just like looking and being like, oh, I just, that I was blind to how much of an opportunity any given day could have been. Do you know what I mean? And that could be to do some work, or it can be to like sit around and read a book and connect with people. It just, again, it's not that you live to produce for the machine, but that there's a sense that your time is valuable and a gift in some way.
And I think it's once you kind of understand how you as a human react to certain things. Like I respond well to being competitive. I can at
Yeah.
least recognize that it's a very silly way to feel validated, but I'll sometimes lean into it to get work done.
Yeah. No,
But
me too. Yeah. And I've actually learned from teaching as well that what worked for me is not the universal answer.
yep,
Like I sometimes liked teachers um, putting a little bit of the fear of God into me,
yep,
like some people like to hear, if you don't practice, it's never going to happen. It's not going to work out. And other people get so overwhelmed, they shut down. And I've found when being a teacher, people are naturally too cocky, and you learn how to challenge them in a friendly, fun way. You did good, but you can do better, kind of thing. And then other students are so hard on themselves, they just need you there to build them up and offer support and show them a path and show them there's a way. And you kind of have to learn what works for you, because I've had enough experience to know it's very different from person to person. But
absolutely.
fundamentally, you can do this.
Oh, yeah.
People, that's something you want to do. That's not a small thing.
And I think it's very good for you to learn how you work best. Like my best friend, Sean, he works best.
I'm listening. I'm just turning a lamp on. It got dark.
Oh yeah, that's how long we've been going. He oftentimes works out of like spite or bitterness, and it's like a way to like prove you wrong. Like I can do it, and I think he's matured in a way that he's found a way to lean into it without it absorbing his state of mind or his state of being without actually becoming frustrated. But now he'll turn that spite or bitterness that he might feel into fueling his desire to work. And I think a lot of doing art consistently has to be about learning yourself and how you as a human react to certain things, because we all react differently. Where I really like competition, you give me a thing to try to outmatch, I do really well. But for some people, that would just make them feel uncomfortable and then give up. Or if you have like a deadline, I work really well under stress of deadlines. Some people, that's like the death. That's like the worst thing you can
I
possibly
do
give them.
really well with deadlines too, because I can fuck around too much, and just knowing it
Yeah.
has to happen,
Yeah.
it focuses the mind.
Sometimes that
No,
can be detrimental to me though, because then I know that I can rush it in like the last few days.
I try to make my competitiveness with just past me as much as possible.
Ah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's
Um,
actually it's funny you say that. I do that.
whatever the version of self-love that works for you. Like sometimes the most
Yeah.
loving thing I can do to myself is not to just say, you're right, you have been working hard, you should play Switch all day, because I don't feel better after that. Like sometimes
Mhm.
I need to be the parental energy in me that's like, you don't want to do it, but just go for a long run. And then I do it and I feel so much better. And sometimes the loving thing to do is not just like, let's just have as much comfort as possible. And there's something like, you need comfort, you need moments of joy and peace and relaxation, of course. But there can be something corrosive about comfort. If it's all you ever let yourself experience, you shrink, you're weakening yourself. And there's something to be said for um, a kind of like tough self-love. Like it's loving to want to grow your capacity, grow what you're capable of handling. And how is that not, that is self-care to me sometimes. But it all depends on where it's coming from. I think you need to like really watch for when you're driven by a sense of inadequacy, and when it's like excitement about doing something would be cool. You know what I mean?
I think that was a beautiful way to say it. Like
Yeah.
not doing too much self-indulgence just to receive comfort, because then it's bad.
And a little mindfulness goes a long way. Often you'll realize the thing that you're doing to alleviate that stress you're not even enjoying in the moment. Whereas like some like it's not even pleasurable to like do. And it's weird how we can not notice that. Like it's like the desiring self and the self in the moment are different. And I think yeah, like sometimes I like all like like I like to push myself, but ultimately I'm a big softie. I just want life to be fun and fulfilling and interesting, and I want everyone to live their best life. And I have the same thing. I respond really well to a challenge. I like
Hmm.
always love difficult experiences. I did martial arts growing up, um, like for like 10 years. And
Did you really? 10 years? Wow.
yeah, I did like karate for 10 years, got my belt, but I got my ass kicked by anyone, it was a long time ago. But I've always enjoyed, I love the feeling of something being difficult and then discovering that I'm able to handle it. Because
Yeah.
I feel so scared half the time about the fucking curveballs life is gonna inevitably throw at me. And there's a lot of anti-anxiety in realizing that you are stronger than you think you are. And I say nothing brings me more happiness than seeing my friends go through experiences like that. Like watching people, like nothing brings me authentic joy like seeing someone else learn and grow and be proud of themselves and know they can mean it. And when I realize how much I love seeing that in other people, I want to offer that to myself as well. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
I
Yeah.
When I think it's not always even art related. I know for me, I always say that the bravest moment in my life was a very defining point of becoming a much stronger person, and it was at a convention. I was still in the closet at the time, and I was meeting up with this boy I met at a club, and I had a he. We decided to walk through the entire crowd that were walking the other way because the con ended, and he wanted to hold my hand and walk through it to get to the rave that was happening that night. And I remember in that moment, it was like that decision of, if I do this, I'm going to be seen in public holding another boy's hand. There's going to be so much judgmental stares and glares that I don't know if I can handle or process. But I grabbed it. I was like, I'm just going to do this. And then I went through, and we even had some people clap for us. It was really cute. But at the end of it, I was like, that wasn't that bad. And then
Yeah.
I feel like that has then translated into my art life, where I'll be like, oh, I can't do that. And it's like, no, wait, why can't I? And then I'll do it, and then I'll walk away from it being like, that wasn't that bad. And I think it's a lot of fear that holds people back. But then once you overcome it or surpass it, it makes it so much easier then to confront a similar level of fear in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's so fucking strong and brave. Like, I think there's nothing braver than vulnerability. Like, I think people have a really confusing idea of what strength is. Like, so many men have this horrible idea that strength is, like, I often think that we have it totally backwards, that like, I think of strength as your ability to hold space for difficult emotions and growth from them and push through them. Things that take mental strength to endure and grow from. And often, like, just being vulnerable or something like that is so much stronger than people who think, like, beating the shit out of someone because they insulted your pride, to me is
Yeah.
like such a display of weakness. Like, you couldn't even handle a small affront to your pride to the
It's so
extent that
fragile.
you take it out on someone else like this.
Yeah.
It's like it is actually weakness that is being displayed there. It's like an inability to handle emotional distress. So I often think when I hear people coming out, it sounds like such a defining, like it's like a real moment. Like I had a friend come out to me and it was the first time he'd told anyone, and I still feel like it's one of the most beautiful moments of my life that he trusted like me and my girlfriend enough to tell us. And it was it was so moving and beautiful. And I think like, yeah, I don't know. Like that's a thing that drives me in my art. Like I always like I'm trying to find things that I maybe make me a little uncomfortable to do sometimes as well, or to
Yeah.
express. I think that's like actual strength is relative to how hard an experience was to go through. Do you know what I mean? Not.
Oh, I totally see strength as like a tenacity gauge, or I mean, I'm very Buddhist in a lot of my beliefs and things, and it's like how what can be thrown at you that you can handle and endure, whether it's like physical challenges or mental strain or
Yeah,
things that are
sounds very
overwhelming. The
a lot
what?
of stuff in that too. I don't know if you've ever read Stoic philosophy. A lot of old,
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
it's a lot of that is I don't know, similar.
Well, and even the example of like someone beating up someone else because their ego was hurt. To me, it's such a you have such a fragility and such a obsession with how you're perceived by other people. And I think as for a lot of gay people, we have that inherently throughout our entire lives, especially as a kids. We're very observant of how you got to be careful of how you talk, how you walk, how you're perceived by your peers, because you don't want to be the oddball out being made fun of. So then you go through this struggle through, your childhood and then high school, and then at some point it becomes so overbearing that you do see a lot of suicides, unfortunately. But then if you can work through it and then come out, the relief and the lack of pressure you feel in everything else in your life becomes so lessened that for me, I feel like any challenge I can take on, like what could be worse than what I had to go through, feeling uh, unqualified and unloved and unseen, to then gaining that confidence for myself. No one can take that away from me now. And
Yeah,
it's not something that's limited to gay people, but I think it's a very kind of like what you said. It's a very defining point where you can see it in them, especially if
it
they
kind
have.
of come out as straight. It doesn't.
Yeah. When you're like 4 years old, yeah, I think I'm straight. But what's funny is a lot of my straight friends, I think it's been more of a challenge, especially for all my male friends, because inherently I think you're given a lot of privilege and you're given a lot of people assuming that you'll be successful, or things of that nature. So then to admit that, yeah, you have faults or that you have weaknesses is, I think, very difficult. But I'm so proud of a lot of my friends that have felt comfortable sharing and being emotional and vulnerable, because like what you said, I think that's a true sign of strength to me. And I want more people to understand that like strength is being vulnerable with people that you trust, and having that willingness to be hurt but still putting yourself out there.
Yeah, it always comes from a desire to grow in your capacities. Um,
Yeah. Well, I feel like I've also put you on another tangent, uh, but
many things can say. I just want to. Yeah, I really appreciated you sharing that. Now I thought it was nice to hear.
oh, I mean, it's no secret. I
No, I
mean,
know, but I mean the story itself. I thought was nice. It's been really enjoyable, this conversation.
oh, I feel like I've been able to have really good connections with people in the past 3, 4 years. Is because I feel like I've been very honest with myself, and I've had to accept even the stuff I don't like about myself. Like I think I have a tendency to instigate. I think, unfortunately, I think my ego sometimes gets in the way of making connections with people. And I think when you're willing to admit that to people, people respond to that level of, um, like, this person's trying to be honest with me, and they're not trying to make me like them, or they're not trying to build themselves up for what they might not be. And it's been really beautiful seeing the people that I've really connected with over the past few years, where they're just like these really deep rooted friendships, because I don't feel like I have to hide anything, and then they feel in turn they don't have to hide anything from me. And it makes friendships go way deeper than just like playing online games together, or whatever, passing the shit around. uh,
No, I think a lot of men suffer for really for this kind of confusion of like unwillingness to be vulnerable and to and confusing that for being a sign of weakness, you know, because it's
Yep.
hard to get beyond that barrier. And it's something I think a lot of men misunderstand when talking about, say, like when having a conversation about feminism, is how many of the things that are being highlighted that are weird about a lot of behavior and a lot of men is that it's not even good for the men. Like this is not making men happy either. Do you know what I mean? It's not an attack on you being a man. It's like it's much more about it's this sad situation where it's really hurting a lot of people, and it doesn't even make the aggressor happy. Like what makes people
No.
happy is real connection, getting to be yourself and getting to be vulnerable. And
Well,
um,
I mean, I see this a lot in America too, where people are so sensitive that if I'm sure you saw some tidbits of it. I won't get too much into it, but like the whole like Black Lives Matter or a lot of these other things, it's not meant to be an attack on you as a person. It's basically someone who usually feels that they are unheard or that their community goes voiceless. They want to speak and feel heard and connect with other people. And I think I guess men would be a good example. Sometimes it just, you learn way more just by listening. Like don't talk, like take yourself out of the experience and try to literally put yourself in their shoes and hear what they're saying. And I think for me, especially with the women that have been in my life, I don't know what it's like being a woman. So when I hear about their stories of even going to the grocery store can be challenging because they don't know if they're going to get hit on or there's going to be some weird interaction or they have to carry pepper spray because they walk to the grocery store. There's those things that I take for granted, and I think you learn so much more about someone else's journey and their life story just by listening. And I think that's a lost value on today's society, the ability to listen and really hear.
active listening
Yep.
is not a passive skill. It's like you have to it like takes effort. Or it's simultaneously like one of the biggest things for me is I have to try to make sure I'm not waiting to jump in with what I have to say next, because that's so frequently. And the big thing with my girlfriend that I talk about, and I think this is a thing a lot of men have, is that when someone tells me a problem, I feel as if I have to try and solve it.
Yeah.
And that's almost never
I have
what
that
someone is.
problem too.
Maybe if you have a solution or if you really know about it, that can be a conversation. But like the amount of time, just being able to like listen to someone and listen to their problem, make them feel heard, and then just just be there with them. It's amazing how many problems resolve themselves when you offer someone the opportunity to just feel their feelings.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a big part of what I like trying to do in art. It's just like it's nice to try to provide space or an object to just feel something over. Do you get what I'm saying? Like
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
it's not a solution. It's just let's just all feel this for a second. It's nice.
Well, I feel like a lot of conversations do tend to be largely artificial, and it's sometimes out of obligation. And if you have like roommates, you're not going to have like these deep moments every second of every day. And
No, it's annoying.
sometimes, I
I,
mean,
it's
sometimes
a
it's nice though.
it's regression for me. Sometimes I realize I'm trying to make the conversation what I need it to be. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Oh, I do that all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I've really, because the way we're talking now, like this is we're having a fun sort of self-indulgent context. We're really in a space where this is appropriate. But like I've been so guilty of being this person hanging out with a friend and then having this horrible, shameful realization, like I've just been talking for 20 minutes and seeing on someone else's face, like, how do I get out of here? It brings me more sense of shame than looking back on moments where I've had like too much to drink and I've been like talking about the multiverse and the other person has just been like, please help. And it just makes me feel like such a, because it comes from this ego prideful place, like this is interesting what I'm saying, this should be interesting. It's like, well, there's a time and a place. You know when you're feeling it back in a conversation. So I'm trying to become so much. I think it comes from insecurity for me, where I'm trying to um,
Well, you want to
it's
connect. Like you want to find people that find what you find interesting.
and but the thing is, often the same people that I'm doing this to are those people, but I'm not noticing that they've just had like a stressful day or something's on their mind. Do you get what I
Oh,
mean? Like
yeah.
it because I've done that with my ego before as well, where I've been like, do my friends even get me? And then I think, actually, no, there's plenty of examples of times where we've loved this conversation, but I just can't decide that that's what I need from everyone all the time. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think too often, if you're like really happy with where you're at currently, we assume that other people are. We like project that, oh, if I'm doing good, they're doing well. So like if a
Yeah.
friend ignores you, you might take it more personally, but not realizing you might find out later in hindsight, like they were going through a really tough time with a parent, or they,
Yeah.
and I totally get what you mean by that, because I project all the time, and I get really frustrated if someone doesn't get back to me in a few days, where it's like,
Yeah.
am I nothing to you? But then I realize like they went through a car crash or something. I'm like, oh, now I feel guilty.
Yeah.
you know. All right, well, Miles, I swear to God, this has been so enjoyable. And I want you to leave this interview with like parting words, that maybe it's wisdom that you've recently injected into your lifestyle, or something that you thought was profound and want to share with the people watching to end us off.
Oh, no pressure.
No pressure,
No.
though. No pressure, and make it significant. Go.
I mean, dude, like it's all of this talking, all of this making art. Like I feel like, to sound really cheesy for a second, the only thing with any intrinsic worth in the world is love. You know, it's like the real cash value of reality, the thing that is intrinsically good, is to spread and share love and do that in whatever way you can. And nothing else, everything else is just another way we think we can get it, or happiness, or whatever you want to call it, connection. Everything you want to do, you only want to do because you believe it will bring you to this state. And I feel it's always there and is always available in the present moment if you can get out of your neurotic head. So you want to get to a place where you create art, not because you need it to make you happy, but because you got something you want to give or share, or I don't know. That's what I've been trying to live by. But dude, like, not how I live. I'm idealistic. I guess fucking softy.
What was the thing that you said? Where was it? Wounded idealism.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds cool.
I love that junction.
I haven't seen the comments. I don't know. I don't know who's watching, but thanks for, like, if you hung in there the whole time, like your medal is in the mail.
Miles, there's a lot of people.
Thanks for giving us the chance to do this. It's been really fun.
I know a lot of people are like, Miles, you should start a podcast. They're like, I feel like you two have content to talk about for years. Blah, 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 blah. This is the longest interview ever, but I'm not complaining one bit. Real feelings. We need a part 2. Blah, blah, blah.
These are all nice. Find me the one negative one, and then I can stew over that all night. Thank you so much for listening, and good luck on all your art journeys. If you're out there making art, just like I said, you can't do it all in one day, but you can work on trying to build a habit, build a daily practice, and do whatever connects you back to that inspiration. Sometimes you got to be that parental love energy in your head. Don't let yourself turn into a slug. It doesn't feel good. Or do, but come back to the rest of us.
Oh, this is so great. Well, people are just saying thank you, and this was the best interview ever. Thank you guys, amazing interview. Oh, someone gave you a negative. They just said, you suck, Miles, but I think it was in jest. Just to give you something to mill over. Thank you again, Miles, for joining me today. Honestly, this was just a pleasure to talk with you, and yeah, maybe we'll have another one of these in the future at some point. And yeah,
I would love that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, of course. Okay. Let me stop the stream and then I'll